Good evening and welcome to the Jinn&Tonic show on the Friday, the 21st of July. I am joined by Abu Caliph, or however, Caliph Coin, and Stop Spamming. Welcome, guys. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Welcome, Caliph. Oh, Caliph, we worship you. All hail the Caliph.
There we go. So today we get tree of the Valley of Bakkah.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite long material. So first, someone last week wanted just to go through like what Mecca, what the Kaaba is, and the history of Kaaba and so on. So we start with that, and then we see how long time it takes, because this is quite a lot of material. So
yes, I agree with you. If we can maybe split it into two parts, let's see how we get after 30 minutes. So if you get started and around about 7:30,
okay.
This side anyway, we'll see where we are.
Okay, I just show this.
So are we only going to do this part now on Mecca and the Kaaba and so on?
No, again, I start with the Kaaba, what it is, its history, and so on, and then if we have time, then we can go into like what the historical Mecca might have been and the change of the Qiblah and so on. But
Okay,
we
so
see
it's only going to be presentation today.
No. We do this, and then we'll see. We see how
Sorry,
long.
stop. Are you meaning is there just a presentation that's the end of the show, or what do you mean by?
No, I don't think that. We make a little presentation and then we see.
Because you said it's a long thing, so I thought this is going to be 2 hours and that's it.
Nah, I don't want to make it like this, because it's more funny if you have a discussion afterwards, I think.
Yeah. A full-on presentation for 2 hours is pretty full-on.
Yeah. Okay, so this. I hope you see the screen now. So this is I steal from a Christian channel, this Brother Rashid channel. So this is just an illustration. So I will live translate now from Arabic. I hear this. The Kaaba is thought to be the Qiblah, the praying direction for all Muslims from all the directions of the earth. It is called in the Qur'an the forbidden house and the ancient house. And from the attributes of this place is that one salah is better than 100,000 salah in a normal place, and it is the best place on earth, or best spot on earth. And they believe that on the seventh heaven there is an equivalent Kaaba that is the Kaaba for the angels, that 70,000 angels pray there every day and never return. So there's 70,000 new angels all the time. To make tawaf, to go around the Kaaba. What is that called in English? Tawaf. The going around.
You mean circumambulation?
Yeah, exactly. And that is an rukn. It's a pillar of, or not pillar. Yeah, like we can call it pillar of making pilgrimage, of Hajj. And pilgrim you can do it without. And it's 7. You do it 7 times. Counterclockwise. And you start with the black stone and you end in it. And It's called the Kaaba because of the four corners. The first corner is called the Rukn of Yemeni, the corner of Yemen, because it's from the direction of Yemen. And it's kind of sunnah to touch that corner. And in the hadith is that to touch that corner is sunnah. And in the rukn, the corner of the black stone is the black stone. And that is like the most noble part of Kaaba. And you can kiss the stone as Muhammad kissed it. And the Muslims believe that the black stone was sent down from the paradise, which is not on earth. And it was then white, shiningly white, and the sins of mankind made it black. And like the fractions on the black stone is still there. You can see it there. It's made of, the surrounding is made of silver. And the other corners are the corner of Iraq and the Rukn of Sham, the corner of Levant. And the Multazam is among the holy places on Kaaba. And that is where you can see between the black stone and the door of Kaaba. And if you place yourself there, God will answer your prayers. That's what you see. That's what you're doing there. And this is sunnah. You hold your hands there and make dua. And then you have Maqam Ibrahim. This is important for later, the later part of this presentation. They believe that this is Maqam Ibrahim. And it's the stone that Ibrahim stand on when he built the Kaaba. And those footsteps, they believe, is the footstep of Abraham. And they believe that it is a place of forgiveness for the one who make prayer behind it. And Abraham took it a prayer place, as in Qur'an. And that is the stone of Ismail. Anyway, the door of the Kaaba is made of gold, and its value is about $4 million. And the Kaaba is they wash the Kaaba every year with Zamzam water and rose water. And its clothing and the clothing alone is worth $5 million. And inside the Kaaba there is nothing really of value except the pillars and a bit of perfume and misk. There's a little bit silver and so on. Anyway, okay, that's the how it looks like. I hope that wasn't too weird. Anyway, that was a live translation. Now okay, Rob is not here. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
then
here.
Oh, you are here. Okay. Because to make it more interesting, maybe you can read this one. I make it so we change voices. Can you see it?
Make it a bit bigger. Yeah, that's better. Oh, that's a bit big now. One smaller.
Can you read it? Yes. This is the history of Kaaba.
Not really well. I can read the English, but of course the names themselves.
Okay, I can read it. Okay, this is from Islam question. Praise be to Allah. Al-Masjid al-Haram, the sacred mosque, is situated in Mecca, a city in the Arabian Peninsula, 3,330 meters above the sea level. The history of the mosque goes back to its founding at the time of Abraham, and his son Ishmael, peace be upon them both. This is what Muslims believe, not what I believe. Okay. Mecca is the place where the Prophet of Islam, Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was born, and where the revelation began, and from which the light of Islam spread. Al-Masjid al-Haram is located here. This is the first mosque that was built for people on earth, as Allah says in the Qur'an. Interpretation of meaning. Verily, the first house of worship appointed for mankind was at Bakkah, Mecca, full of blessing and guidance for La'alamin, mankind and jinns. It was reported in Sahih Muslim that Abu Dhar said, I asked the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessing be upon him, about the first mosque that to be built for people on earth. He said, Al-Masjid al-Haram, meaning Kaaba in Mecca. I asked, then which? He said, Al-Masjid al-Aqsa, the furthest mosque in Jerusalem. I asked, how long between them? He said, 40 years. Okay, so this is what they believe. They believe that Masjid al-Haram was built first, and then 40 years later, Masjid al-Aqsa in Jerusalem. The Kaaba, which is the direction of prayer for all Muslims throughout the world, is situated roughly in the middle of Al-Masjid al-Haram. It is a 15-meter high stone structure, more or less in the shape of a cube. It was built by Ibrahim, peace be upon him, on the command of Allah. Allah say, interpretation meaning, and remember when we showed Ibrahim the site of the sacred house, the Kaaba at Mecca, saying, associate not anything in worship with me, and sanctify my house for those who circumambulate it, and those who bow and make prostration. The word Bawana, I don't see in Arabic. What is it? We showed. I'll probably read that later. Means he guided him and gave him permission to build, to sit in the cathedral. Allah also says, invitation meaning, and remember when Ibrahim and his son Ishmael were rising the foundations of the house, the Kaaba at Mecca. Wahb ibn Munbih said, it was built by Ibrahim, then rebuilt by the Amalekites, then by Joram, and then by Qusay ibn Kilab. Its rebuilt by Quraysh is well known. Its rebuilding by Quraysh is well known. They began to rebuild it with the stone of the valley. This is important, of the valley, because we'll come to that later, which Quraysh carried on their shoulders, and they built it up 20 cubits high. Between the rebuilding of the Kaaba and the beginning of Revelation, there were 5 years, and between the rebuilding and the Hijrah, there was 15 years. Abdurrazzaq reported from Muammar, from Abdullah ibn Uthman, from Abu Tufail, that Muammar from Az-Zuhri, they were building it, and when they reached the Rukn, Quraysh argued about which tribe should lift it up. Then they said, let us ask the first person who comes from this direction to judge between us. They agreed on that. Then the messenger of Allah, peace and blessings upon him, came to them, and he was a young man wearing a spotted sash. They asked him to judge between them, and he told them to place the rukn and on a piece of cloth. Then he told the chief of every tribe to hold the edge of the cloth. Then he climbed up, and they lifted the rukn up to him, and himself, peace and blessing upon him, put it in its place. Muslim 2374 reported that Aisha said, I asked the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessing upon him, about al-Jadar, the wall, and whether it was part of the house, the Kaaba. He said, yes. I asked, so why is it not incorrupted into the house? He said, your people ran out of money. I asked, what about the door? Why is it high up? He said, your people did that so they could let in whomever they wanted and keep out whoever they wanted. If it were not for the fact that your people are still new in Islam and to close their Jahiliyyah, and I am afraid that they would resent it, I would think of incorporating Al-Jadr into the house and bringing the door down to ground level. Before Islam, in the year which the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, was born, the Kaaba was subjected to an attack by the Ethiopian Abraha, who had built Al-Qulais, a church to which he wanted the Arabs to make their pilgrimage. He set out with his army, with whom was the elephant, and then they reached Mecca. Allah sent flocks of birds against them. Each bird was carrying 3 stones like chickpeas or lentils, 1 in its beak and 2 in its claws. Every man who was struck by stones was killed, so the army was destroyed by the command of Allah. Allah has mentioned this incident in his book, where he says, interpretation of meaning, have you not seen how your Lord dealt with the owners of the elephants? Did he not make their plot go astray, and sent against them birds in flocks, striking them with stones of sigil, and made them like an empty field of slugs, in which the corn has been eaten up by cattle. There was no fence or wall around the Kaaba until it became necessary. Yaqut al-Hamawi said in Mu'jam al-Buldan, the first one to build a wall around the Kaaba was Umar ibn al-Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him. There was no wall around it during the time of the Prophet, peace and blessing upon him, or Abu Bakr. The wall was built because people were building their houses too close to the Kaaba and making the space around it too small for people. Umar said, the Kaaba is the house of Allah, and a house needs a courtyard. You have encroached on its space. It has not encroached on yours. So he bought those houses, demolished them, and added the space to the space around the Kaaba. He also destroyed the houses of people in the vicinity of the Kaaba who had refused to sell and kept the money aside for them until they came and took it later. He built a wall around the mosque lower than the height of a man, and lamps were placed on it. Then Uthman was Khalifa. He bought more houses that were more expensive. It was said that Uthman was the first one to build porticos around it. When Ibn al-Zubayr was in power, he improved its appearance, although he did not increase its size by adding marble pillars, extra doors, and other improvements. When Abdul Malik ibn Marwan was Khalifa, he added to the wall of the mosque and brought columns from Egypt by sea to Jeddah, which were carried from Jeddah to Mecca on wheels. Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf commanded that the Kaaba should be covered in drapes, al-Kiswa, and when Walid ibn Abdul Malik was Khalifa, he added to the adornment of the Kiswa and spent money on the improvement to the drainage spout and roof. When Al-Mansur and his son Al-Mahdi were Khalifas, he added more adornments to the mosque and improved its appearance. There are also other religious monuments in the mosque, such as Maqam Ibrahim, the station of Abraham, as I showed, which is the rock on which Abraham, peace and blessings be upon him, stood whilst he was building the Kaaba. This is also the well of Zamzam. There is also the well of Zamzam, which is a spring of water brought forth by Allah for Hajar and her child Ishmael, peace be upon him, when he got thirsty. We should not forget either the black stone and Rukn al-Yamani, which are two of the precious stones of paradise. Tirmidhi and Ahmed reported that Abdullah ibn Amr said, I heard the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, saying that the Rukn and the Maqam are two of the precious stones of paradise, whose light has been extinguished by Allah. If He had not extinguished their light, it would illuminate everything between the east and the west. Near the mosque are the two hills of As-Safa wal Marwa. One of the unique features of the mosque is that it is the only mosque in the world to which people come on pilgrimage. Allah says, verily, As-Safa wal Marwa are of the symbols of Allah, so it is not a sin on him who perform Hajj or Umrah of the house to perform the going tawaf between them, and whoever does good voluntarily, then verily Allah is a recognizer, all-knower. Another of its unique features is that Allah has made it safe, and one prayer in it is equal to 100,000 prayers elsewhere. Allah says, interpreting, blah, blah, and remember when we made the house a place of resort for mankind and a place of safety, and take you people the Maqam, place of Ibrahim, as a place of prayer, and we command Ibrahim and Ishmael that they should purify my house for those who are circumambulating it or staying i'tiqaf, or is i'tikaf maybe, or bowing or prostrating themselves. And it is in it are manifest signs. For example, the Maqam, place of Abraham, whoever enters it, he attains security. And Hajj to the house is a duty that mankind owes to Allah. Those who can afford the expenses for one's convenience, provision, and residence. And whoever disbelieves, i.e. denies Hajj, then he is a disbeliever of Allah. Then Allah stands not in need of any of the Alameen, mankind and jinns. Okay, so that's about the Kaaba. I don't know if you want to hear about the black stone also in particular, or if you should skip that.
What is the black? What is it? How it became black? You mean?
Now, if you want to hear more about the black stone itself, its history and so on.
Yes, a little bit on the black stone itself. I think that's
okay.
The sort of interesting bit.
And where do I have that? Okay.
One question for you here before you carry on. There's a question that somebody asked was, how do they know that it's Abraham's footprints?
I don't believe it's Abraham's footprint. I don't even know if...
Who says that, and how do they know?
I don't even know if most people believe that, really. I don't remember, actually, that part. I've seen them with my own eyes, but... that might be one of those things that the hardcore Wahhabis don't believe in, but the more, they just have it there as a kind of tourist attraction. So I don't remember if I really believe that it was the footprints of Abraham. Was that the question, by the way?
Yeah.
Did I understand?
Yeah. Cool, go for it.
Peace be to Allah. There are a number of ahadith, etc., about the black stone, which we will quote for our brother so that he may learn from them. 1. The black stone was sent down by Allah to this earth from paradise. It was narrated that Ibn Abbas said, the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, said, the black stone came down from paradise. Narrated by At-Tirmidhi and Nasai. The hadith was classified and classed as Sahih by At-Tirmidhi. The stone was whiter than milk, but the sin of the sons of Adam made it black. It was narrated that Ibn Abbas said that the Messenger of Allah said, when the black stone came down from paradise, it was whiter than milk, but the sins of the sons of Adam made it black.
Just to stop you there for a quick second, because Gary goes that's racist. I just thought I'd throw that in there. Gary goes, no. You see, sinning black, that's racist. Where when it's white, it's all good. So I just thought I'd throw that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure that today's SGWs would approve of Muhammad. But anyway, it's difficult when I don't see it in Arabic. Al-Mubarak Furi said in Al-Marqa, not sure about this because I don't see it in Arabic. It's hard to know what it actually is. This means the sins of the sons of Adam who touched the stone caused it to turn black. The hadith should be taken at face value because there is no reason not to, either narrated in a report or by virtue of common sense. Al-Hafidh ibn Hajar said, some heretics try to criticize this hadith by saying, okay, maybe this is not that important. Ibn Qutayba said, this is more like he has talked about hadith. We skip to this part. The black stone will come forth on the day of resurrection and will testify in favor of those who touched it in truth. So hopefully it will testify in my favor. It was narrated that Ibn Abbas said, the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said concerning the stone, by Allah, Allah will bring it forth on the day of resurrection, and it will have 2 eyes with which it will see, and a tongue with which it will speak, and it will testify in favor of those who touched it in sincerity. I should add that it is very hard to touch this, but there's always so much people, so it takes long time to just go to.
You've been, have you?
Was it?
Yeah, you've done Hajj?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been there, but I didn't touch it during Hajj. I touched it somewhere in between. I don't remember what month it was. I never touched it in Hajj, and I never touched it in Ramadan because it's too much people. This hadith was classed as Hasan by At-Tirmidhi and Al-Qawi, and as Qawi by Hafidh ibn Hajar, blah, blah, blah. 4th, touching, kissing, or pointing to the black stone. This is the first thing to be done when starting tawaf, whether it is for Hajj, Umrah, or voluntary tawaf. It was narrated from Jabir ibn Abdullah, may Allah's please and bless me, Allah, that when the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessing be upon Allah, came to Mecca, he came to the black stone and touched it. Then he walked to the right of it and ran 3 times and walked 4 times. 5. The Prophet ﷺ kissed the black stone, and his Ummah followed his lead in doing so. It was narrated that Umar radiallahu anhu came to the black stone and kissed it. Then he said, I know that you are only a stone, which can neither bring benefit nor cause harm. Were it not that I had seen the Prophet ﷺ kiss you, I would not have kissed you. And this is important because people might think that this is kind of some kind of shirk, associating partners with Allah. But so this is why Omar is clarifying that.
So say that again, yeah. So why is it that they're not doing shirk?
No, like Omar just want to clarify that they are not worshipping the stone, and he's like, if I wouldn't have seen the Prophet do this, I would not have kissed you. But since the Prophet did it, I did it too. So you're worshipping Allah by kissing the stone, not worshipping anything else. If a person is unable to kiss the stone, he should touch it with his hand or something else. Then he can kiss the thing with which he touched it. Yes, there's also some ether that you can take a stick and touch it and then kiss the sticks, the point where it touched it.
Is that like kissing Allah then?
It's like, I don't know, you should just do it. It's veneration.
Right.
But like, you have to remember that today there's so much people there today, so it's much harder. It's really hard to come.
Is it like 1 million people in that thing, or is the million is really at the outskirts as well, and so forth?
No, the million, that's only on 1 day on Hajj, or 2 days on Hajj.
Okay.
But even in Ramadan, there's so much people, so you have to make Umrah like somewhere in the middle. I remember when I made an Umrah, not in Ramadan once, and then I could get to it, but it was really hard. Okay. If a person is unable to do the above, then he can point to it with his hand and say Allahu Akbar. Yeah, so that's what you do most often because it's too much people. It was narrated that Ibn Abbas said, the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, performed tawaf on his camel, and every time he came to the corner where the stone is, he would point to it and say Allahu Akbar. Touching the stone is one of the things by means of which Allah expiates for sins. It was narrated by Ibn Umar said, I heard Messenger of Allah ﷺ say, touching them both, the black stone and the Rukn al-Yamani, the corner of Yemen, is an expiation of sin. It is not permissible for Muslim to annoy other Muslims at the stone by hitting or fighting.
But is it other times, is it?
But they do. The prophets told us that the stone will testify in our favor those who touched it in sincerity, which is not the case when a person touches it by disturbing the slaves of Allah. Okay. Yeah, so now I have much more. Now we've just done the groundwork, but now the funny stuff begins. But I don't know if we're going to do it this week.
Okay, so what is the fun stuff? Just give us an outline, because obviously we've done sort of half an hour, give or take, and I think that's kind of a good segue, and then we could do a part 2. So what would be, call it part 2 of this? What would that cover?
That would cover what is the historical Mecca, what is this place of Bakkah that the Qur'an is talking about, and what was the original Qiblah and all that.
Okay.
But yeah, we don't have to take it this week. We can take it.
Cool. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because otherwise it's just too much information for people to take in, especially if they want to rewatch it. I think like doing a half-hour sort of segment like you've done there is great. Then we can chat about it. Any other issues come up, we can chat about that, take questions. So obviously, guys, if you've got any questions in the chat about what Abu's covered, then feel free to type it in, and I'll ask Abu. And if Stops is there, he can give us his thoughts so far.
Well, my thoughts, I think everybody knows. What I find interesting is if you now combine the information that we got last week from Ike, and now you combine it with this, then it's quite...
Yeah, it was good that Ike did it last week, because
it's quite striking. If you understand what you just said, the way, for example, that the Kaaba, for example, is shaped like a vagina, because we all know the references now to the goddess and the god, and the way that the stone is inserted, like sperm inserted into a vagina, into the vagina-shaped hole in the Kaaba. So this is quite amazing.
Yeah, so this all points to sort of paganism, is it? Prior.
Absolutely, yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, look at all the rituals. I mean, what I was just said is exactly what Ike was already sort of insinuating last week, that if you go and you look at all this stuff, it is 100% pagan origins.
Yeah, that's
interesting why that is the case from a historical point of view. But we can go into that next week.
Cool, thanks, Ike. So, and you may touch on it next week. So if it is, then tell me. But what's the reason people have to pray towards Mecca? Can they not just pray anyway? Because obviously, presumably Allah can hear them whenever they're praying anyway. So what's the whole thing about praying in that direction?
Yeah, this we can take this week. I have prepared. Wait a minute. That one. Okay, so this is the ayah, or the verse that was sent down because according to Muslim tradition, the first Qiblah was Jerusalem, or Al-Quds. But then Allah sent down this ayah. We have, and this was when they was in Medina, so they had already built the mosque. They both built Qiblatain, and they have both built the mosque of the Prophet. We have certainly seen the turning of your face, O Muhammad, toward the heaven, and we will surely turn you to a Qibla with which you will be pleased. So turn your face toward Al-Masjid al-Haram, and wherever you believers are, then turn your faces toward it in prayer. Indeed, those who have been given the scripture well know that it is the truth from their Lord, and Allah is not unaware of what they do. So this is they used to, according to Muslim tradition, they used to pray toward Jerusalem. But then this verse was sent down, and then it changed to Al-Masjid al-Haram. But the question, what is Al-Masjid al-Haram? Is it really in Mecca? And this is also a longer thing that we can talk about next week. Was this really the original verse that was in the Qur'an, or was it added later?
When did this supposedly come down?
According to Muslim tradition, when they were in Medina. So first they built the Medina mosque in the direction of Jerusalem, and then they turned it 180 degrees towards Mecca.
So, but Muslims are all happy with that. Presumably, this verse was sent down after they built it, as you said, which was during the lifetime of Muhammad, and then at some point this verse came down, and then either it was rebuilt or destroyed or whatever happened, and turned to face Mecca.
They didn't have to rebuild it. They just turned it 108. They just turned the. They had built. Maybe I don't know if I have that. There was someone that made a good video about how they built the original mosque. It was 4 walls, a rectangular building, but the roof was just in the front of the part. So most of the mosque had no roof. It was only the front part of the mosque that had a roof. But then when they changed the Qibla in this way, they just the front roof became the back roof. So they built a new roof on the other hand, the other side, opposite direction of the Kaaba, and the back roof became a place where the poor people hanged out.
But now, have you ever heard an apologist? Because this is one of the topics I've written down for myself using logics, where you say this sentence makes it look as though this God changed, his, her, or its mind. How do you reconcile that? I mean, how could it not have known in advance that this was going to happen? And why would it first do this and then this? And why was it never changed afterwards?
There's
other things changed.
There's another ayah from the Qur'an.
Just want to welcome answer to the call while you are finding that ayah there. How you answer?
Wait a minute, I can find it while you're talking to answer. I haven't prepared it, right?
How you doing? How you doing, Matt?
I'm good, thank you. Sorry I caught up a bit late.
No worries. So obviously we're chatting about the Kaaba, and Abu has done a little history prior to that as well, and then he'll do some more next week as a part 2 of this, because he's done about half an hour, give or take, which is kind of good if people want to go back and watch it. An hour is quite long,
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and also a lot has happened in the last week, which I think we should, talk a bit about.
yeah, sure, yeah. So we let
Hamza's been ruffling some feathers. I love it.
yes.
Sorry, what's happened in the last week?
A lot. No. We're not going to talk. Let's talk about this later. Let's do the Mecca and Kaaba thing, which is fascinating, especially since the week before we've been briefed. We've had the lead up to this from Ike on the pre-Islamic history slide. What is it? Well, period, era.
I don't find it in English, but I do. I do my own translation.
Go on, avail us of your translation skills.
Okay, so this سيقول السفهاء من الناس. So the kind of the fools of the people. ما ولهم عن قبلتهم, like what made them turn from their qibla, their previous qibla, التي كانوا عليها, that they were on. Becomes very weird when you translate actually. That the meaning is, what the fools of the people would say, what made them change the qibla that they used to pray to in the direction of. قل الله المشرق والمغرب.
I mean, why don't you use? Why don't you go? What are you trying to read now? Are you reading the tafsir or the actual sentence?
No, I'm translating myself.
So why don't you go to Qur'anics or something like that and just get 142?
Okay. But yes, this is quick.
No.
Say to Allah is the east and the west. The east and the west belongs to Allah. He يهدي من يشاء. He guides who he wants إلى صراط مستقيم, to the straight path. So that is like Allah's reply. And this is also interesting because I have a kind of, this is from Surah Al-Baqarah, and Surah Al-Baqarah should be one of the older surahs. So do you know if there is a whole Surah Al-Baqarah that is older than 741?
Yeah, it used to be an entire book.
But is there a Surah Al-Baqarah that we have today that we know is
extant? What we have is stories where somebody mentions this, and we get, but this is the same as what we hear in Bakkah. And he mentioned this as a text which was known already in the 7th century, in the 6th century.
But because in the Sana'a manuscript there is Surah Al-Baqarah in it, but is it the whole Surah Al-Baqarah?
Okay, this I don't know.
Because that would be.
We have this information. What exactly is in the Sana documents, in the manuscripts? We get bits and pieces, but not the whole piece of information in one shot.
Because this is one of the things that I might see some incentives for the dudes that came later to add this ayah.
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
To fit their own narrative.
Of course,
so
this makes it then the Arab version of Judaism. Yes.
Because like there might have been a Surah Al-Baqarah, but if they added this ayah just to because when we look at the historical evidence, it seemed that the beginning of Islam was very confused. They don't seem to really know what their Qibla was. Or maybe there was a Qibla, but it was not the same as it became later. So I'm thinking that this was actually added later, maybe like in the 7th century, after 741, and then they kind of added this to explain to people why the Qibla changed. But the narrative itself has also changed. So now they attribute this to the time of Muhammad, but it maybe wasn't from the time of Muhammad.
Because I remember Klingshaw did this on a Jinn&Tonic show, because what he did, he took all the Qiblas, all the information that he could find, because he was studying this. Okay, so this is he was able to devote a lot of time on this. He then drew up the Qiblas, put them on the map, and they were all over the show. And like 50% were towards Petra, 30% somewhere else, and 20% like totally somewhere else. And this 30% was somewhere on the River Jordan, but where today you have the south coast of the, I think it's the Dead Sea. Anyway, so it's somewhere around there. And then the rest was all over. And then, just as you say, they said, okay, let's harmonize this. Let's make this an Arab ideology, and we change everything. And now we're going to fix it to Mecca. And now we have one consistent message, which was then included into the Quran.
Where is this? Because that I haven't prepared that, like the directions of all the early mosques. So if to next week, if anyone can help me.
Well,
just so
it's in the Jinn&Tonic show. I don't know which episode it was. I don't even know if it's in
okay, but if anyone can find that
By the
episode
way,
and
who
send it
is
to me.
filling up the YouTube Jinn&Tonic archive? Does anybody know?
No. I mean, I'm just obviously just get saved after our show here on this channel.
Somebody is filling up the Jinn&Tonic archive on YouTube, because I put everything into archive.org. After every show, my part of housekeeping was to create the text, do a summary, make a little picture, and then put everything into archive.org. And now suddenly the pieces are, it's in Jinn&Tonic archive on YouTube.
Okay. No, not too sure about that.
So there's very, very old sequences of Jinn&Tonic show where Hassan, he was still there. So this is ancient old.
Okay. Quick, just on a separate point there, Abu. Have a look online. I'd have to find you a video, but of course, what's his name? Mansur has apparently rubbished all this. They were pointing in the wrong direction here, because obviously Jay Smith pointed this out in Speaker's Corner, and of course Mansur claims that he's refuted all of this on Speaker's Corner. So there's a video with Mansur having a conversation with Jay Smith, saying no, they don't point towards Petra. They all point towards Mecca. And did he use Google Earth, or did he do this, or did he do that, etc. So might be worth having a look, because at least then you would know what the Muslim objection is, or a couple of them, because obviously Muslims are going to object to that. They're not going to accept that any of the mosques were pointing towards anything but Mecca after the change of this one, I'm assuming.
I'll do something much easier. I haven't talked to him in a while. I'll just message Kling and ask him, listen, do you still have that diagram?
Yeah, that's could be a way
What is the diagram?
Where he collected all the information on all the different mosques in the 7th century.
Yeah, that if you manage to do that, that would be super great.
Yeah, that would be interesting, because I'd like to see how it was calculated, because of course some Muslims could respond that, hey, how accurate is it? They were generally pointing in the direction of Mecca. If they got it slightly off, maybe that was just an error in calculation. They all were supposed to point to Mecca. So why were they, so you guys are just being trivial. That could be a response.
Well, just look at it. Take any mosque. Take the mosque in Cordoba. Does it point towards Mecca? No, it doesn't. So what's his point? I mean, it's so easy to verify these things. It's the 21st century, for crying out loud. I don't know how anybody can, lie or spread such blatant lies when it's so easy to verify.
Well, I'll find the video. It stops, and then you can say, okay, he's lying or he's incorrect or whatever, and the reason why. Because obviously he's very clear in Speaker's Corner. It's not I don't have expertise in this, but he's going along saying, Jay, you're a liar, blah blah blah, and asking various questions. So I'll have a look for that video, and then you can address those points.
Tom Holland is inside the mosque, and he is showing the mosque how it not. I don't understand.
That mosque. What mosque is that? When they're out in a desert somewhere, and these points.
This was in Jordan, or was it Iraq? Iraq or Jordan? I can't remember. Well, just look. I put it. I don't know if this is now available. I have this on the archive. I have it on Dailymotion. Because I was not allowed to put it onto the YouTube channel, so I dumped it on Dailymotion and the archive.
What have you put on Dailymotion? What is it exactly?
The Tom Holland documentary from Channel 4.
Oh, okay. Can you give us a link to that then? Post one, and I'll put it in the main chat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's easy to find. You just what's it called? The story, untold story of Islam. But I thought it was in Israel, that mosque. But that was not even super early, that mosque. I think it was like 100, I remember what it was, but it wasn't that super early mosque. But I think they said that they pointed towards the east. And if I remember this correctly, there were Christians who had a Qiblah towards the east also. So they might have been kind of Christianized or followed the Christian way. But this is also where on the east, because if it's like Israel and it's like the southwest of Israel, if it's pointing the east, then maybe you can argue that it's pointing to Petra. And that is something I will come to later also. I will talk about different possible places. So but that's next show. So I'll talk about Mamre and Ula and all different places. But that's next week.
Cool. Okay, I've just found a video here that supposedly, according to some Muslims, showing how Mansur ends Jay's career. Don't you love was Petra the original Qiblah?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah,
but this Petra thing, when you look at this, I posted that documentary on my channel, but he like kind of presented in a way that as if all early mosque was directed toward Petra, and I don't think that is quite true.
No,
who's he?
This Dan Gibson guy.
No, Dan Gibson is a credible scholar, but I think he generalizes a bit.
Yeah, I think he some of the thing in that documentary are correct, but sometimes I think he kind of he's not having a kind of scientific approach. He has like he have decided that it is Petra, and then he wanted to be Petra.
Yeah.
But maybe for some it might have been, for example, that some Muslims thought it was Petra, but another tribe or another group, no, we're gonna face it towards the east like the Christians do. And someone, oh no, actually we pointed towards Ola. So it might have been like different groups also. But this is like, okay, we take that next week. We don't go into that now.
Cool. Thanks very much, Abu. That's much appreciated. That's a good start. If anybody's got any questions around what Abu's presented this evening, feel free to ask a question. And let's open it up, because I think Stop said there was interesting things happening this week. Answers hopefully here listening as well. And but obviously anything else around this topic, feel free to chat about. But let's see what else has been happening.
Can I just have two minutes beforehand, because I found what I believe is the most brilliant definition of belief and faith. Because remember 2 weeks ago I had this spectacular failure of me not being able to articulate the difference between belief and faith. And I did some homework and I found one which I think is very easy to follow, very easy to understand, and very easy to articulate, even you know, late at night or whatever.
Cool,
So,
go for it.
Belief, we know, is a state of the mind where you are convinced of something. Okay, it doesn't require evidence as such. It's not based on evidence. It's not whatever. But and this is the thing, it can be tested. All right, so you can either verify or falsify a belief, but you can believe whatever it is that you want initially, and you can carry on believing this without ever doing anything about it. But as soon as you want to and somebody else challenges you, you are able to test it. Faith, however, is an irrational belief, a belief that cannot be tested. And this is the definition that I like so much by Professor Dr. Bogosian. It's pretending that you know what you don't know. But the main difference between belief and faith is the one can be tested, and faith cannot be verified or falsified. And this is the biggest difference between belief and faith. I think this is very easy.
Okay, that's an interesting point of view. So I'll do a little bit of devil's advocate, because at the moment I don't 100% agree with that, but maybe I can be convinced. So if I say to you, Stops, I believe I love myself, how could we test that?
I have no idea.
Yeah. See, so I'm not sure that we could test every belief. I personally just like the definition
no,
of
no,
it.
we can, because now we can look at behavioral patterns.
Okay, but I'm sitting in a chair and I just say to somebody, do you know what? I love myself.
Okay.
I believe I love myself, or I believe.
I'm not saying that you can test anything and everything from any position wherever you are. I'm just saying it is testable.
Yeah, I would agree with you that the majority of beliefs are testable. And so I would, and yes, that is another definition that one can use. I'm quite comfortable with the one that I've sort of originally got from Matt Dillahunty, which is accepting a proposition as true or likely true. Now we don't go, ooh, I accept it, as in like you're physically thinking about it, but like we believe the sun's going to rise tomorrow, or whatever the case is, and so we accept this proposition as true, or the key part for me is likely true, because nobody
the likely truth, then what I'm calling the being convinced of something. That matches it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other one though, an irrational. What did you say? Was it irrational?
An irrational belief. This is what faith is.
An irrational belief. Okay, so I'm not sure. Again, I don't know if you got more supporting information on that, because to me, something that you what give me the whole title again. Say the whole bit again.
It's an irrational belief, something that cannot be cannot be tested. You cannot verify or falsify it.
Yeah, I'm not. That one doesn't sort of sit as well with me.
Yeah, can I say something? Personally, I mean, I can see why that's quite an interesting distinction because it's very specific to separate them. But personally, I kind of agree with Rob, because faith and belief are quite interchangeable. For example, I could say to you, I believe the sun didn't rise this morning. Evidence and obviously proven that it did, but I could still choose to believe that it didn't. Now, you can call that faith.
Good point, answer. But you're not though. You're so that's not even. I wouldn't even call that faith. I would say if somebody said that, if they say I believe the sun didn't rise, because you can't choose your beliefs. Would we agree on that? Because I think that's where Stops' point is very good. Is that you're convinced of something. You can't. If I said to you now, I will give you. We have to test this and measure this. So if I put you in a MRI scanner, I think that's the correct name, and we correlated when your beliefs were true, when you actually believed something, and when you didn't. And I said to you, Hamza, Stops, anybody, I give you $1 million if you believe that God exists in the same way that you believe the sun rises. You couldn't do it. I would suspect you could not pretend to believe it. You couldn't really believe it. You could pretend. You could say, hey, yep, I believe it. But if we could correlate it and we could do the neural activity around beliefs, which is a bit of what Sam Harris did in his neural doctorate, I'm very sure that you couldn't choose to do that. It wouldn't show up like you actually believe things. So, even if I offered you the best thing in the world, you couldn't choose to believe something that you weren't convinced of. Then you would be...
Yeah, I agree, actually. Yeah.
You'd be saying something that's intellectually dishonest. You would be professing it out of your mouth, but not actually believing it in the same way you believe the sun will rise or whatever the case is. So that's where Stops' part is good. You need to be convinced. You can't just say, I believe. So that's why the whole Pascal's wager thing is also just intellectually dishonest approach. Saying, yes, I'll pretend to believe because I'm not really believing, but I'll pretend because then I've got nothing to lose. And if this God is all powerful, of course, he's going to see through that in a second. So I'd rather be intellectually honest and stand in front of him if there was such a thing. Go, hey, do you know what? I tempted to be as honest as possible in my life. And I can't be convinced of something if I don't have good evidence or reasons. And of course, my view is, or my counter view to theology is that in fact it's a joking or a capricious God that's actually all testing us. It's only atheists that are going to heaven because we are the ones who are doing the critical thinking, and everybody else is believing things on bad reasons or no evidence.
Where are you saying it's wrong?
Sorry?
Where are you saying it is wrong?
Saying what's wrong?
That faith is simply an irrational belief which is not testable.
Oh, okay. So that I'm just working through in my mind. That sort of it doesn't sit so well. The irrational part, I think, is the part, because we all have beliefs that we can't test. We certainly can't fully test them in any case. So, are we saying that everybody holds irrational beliefs? I don't know. Maybe I haven't looked at the literature on that from a philosophical point of view, so I'm not sure if that is the case. I mean, again, I just like the simple one, which is faith is believing things in spite of evidence, I guess, or without evidence, or there's a better way. I'd have to look it up again. But there's
some evidence to the contrary. I've heard that
yeah,
one as
yeah,
well.
That's another one.
Okay, and this is why I like the Bogosian one, is pretending to know things you don't.
Now that's true. That one you could use, although people, I don't think personally that certainly all, or probably most years, are pretending in the sense that we would normally use that word. So it sounds like it's more of a pejorative, i.e., it's, you know, it's just him.
That's exactly what it's intended to be. Absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And
no,
that's why I like it, but I would rather use the untestable thing, where a belief can be tested and a faith cannot. And then the other thing that was so mind-boggling for me is that I can't even remember if this was Ahmed or Saracen or one of the guys who didn't know what a justified belief and a basic belief is. This is what really hit me. I didn't understand that people don't know.
Sounds like one of them.
Sorry?
When was that, Stops?
This was, what, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago? Or when was it that we were talking about beliefs and we were talking about all these issues?
Oh, okay. What was their view? Remind me, what was their view on a basic belief?
No, they didn't know.
Oh, okay.
He just said all these things are basic beliefs. Believing in a God is a basic belief, and he doesn't understand where the axiomatic comes in. What is? They don't understand this. And so for me, this was like, I thought, no, come on. I was flabbergasted. I mean, I was shocked because I was not able to properly articulate the faith thing, which, okay, now I'm more able to do. But I was completely shocked to find that they don't know a justified belief, because he called a belief in God a justified proper belief.
Okay, well, even that definition is wrong as well. I mean, you either get a justified true belief or you get a properly basic belief.
Exactly. So, you know, like he was throwing things around, mixing up things, and didn't understand what a basic belief is or what a justified belief is. He said it's justified and proper and basic. That is the belief in God.
Yeah, see, this is where Hamza taught us, and his crew and other sort of people are confusing Muslims, because they're kind of listening to it, but they don't understand. And they've heard these couple of words, and then they try and go out there and repeat what they've heard, but then they sort of, you know, mess it up a bit. And so, you know, it's helpful if you go and look into those sort of things. But even the properly basic belief that Sorts and his crew, you know, propagate, which is God is a properly basic belief, is just, and they've borrowed that from the philosopher, what's his name? Not William Lane Craig, Alvin Plantinga. But I reject that and I think all of us would reject that. They tried to substantiate it with a fitra, which of course we've dealt with. But in my world, and tell me if you've got a different view, my world, a properly basic belief is a self-attesting belief. In other words,
it's axiomatic.
Yeah,
it's your basic set. This is what everything is based on. I mean, I have to believe that this universe exists, that I exist, and if somebody slaps me, that person exists who has just slapped me. So this is a proper basic belief.
I wouldn't quite go that far. So for me, they would be self-attesting in the following sense: like when we're having this conversation, the laws of logic. Those are self-attesting. I wouldn't call them beliefs, but foundational, you could call them beliefs, I guess. But those are self-attesting, because the moment you open your mouth to have a conversation, you are using them. So if you wanted to falsify them, you have to presuppose them in order to falsify them.
Right.
And the same sort of thing with our existence, in the sense of, like, in order to posit our existence, we have to assume that we exist because if we didn't exist, we couldn't posit. So for me, those as you say, they're axiomatic, but they're self-attesting. So you can't, they are circular in the sense that we have to assume them in order to move forward. There's no way we can prove them. We have to assume them. And now they want to jam God in under that umbrella. And I'm sorry, you know, you can't do that. Because
this is what is happening at the moment, which I find so interesting. And what I find shocking is that the group that is setting off this entire discussion, and that is now calling out the Muslims, is the Qiblas. I find it so hilarious how they are running around strutting their thing, replacing the strutting of the Muslims with their own strutting, and then saying, we are the lords, we are the overlords, and you wouldn't be here if it wouldn't be for us, and things like that. So I think it's quite funny that the one group which I find is a little bit overdoing it, and is now calling out the Muslims and saying, listen, you don't own the place. And now the discussions that are being kicked off are absolutely frightening, where it's getting now to a stage where it's... anyway, let me just go into one area, which is the center of the bone of contention, which is the word pedophile or pedophilia or whatever you want to call it. Now, I went and looked this up because I thought a pedophile is somebody who is interested in young girls. But it turns out that it's actually more than that. It needs to be sexually interested. It needs to, I found an adult who is sexually attracted to young children. Sexual perversion in which children are the preferred sexual object. Someone who's sexually attracted to children. An adult or older adolescent experiences a primary or exclusive sexual attraction to prepubescent children. And this is the definition that I found. So I have to update my own understanding of pedophilia, that it is, or apparently it is, sort of centered around sex. Now, this is...
I already knew that.
What did you think before, Stops? What did you think it was before?
I thought it was merely the interest.
Ah, okay.
Without necessarily being sexual.
No, to be honest, I always knew that it's specifically sexual.
I didn't.
Otherwise, it's not necessarily a crime then. There's nothing bad about it. I'm interested in children. I bloody love children.
But this is the whole difference.
You know,
okay, I understand. And now, but now I'm trying to, because I love this logical approach, because Muslims are unable to counter it because they are not able to conceptualize, and logics is beyond them. So I love these thought experiments. Now, the way that I would word it now is just in the form of two questions. If a person has this preference, this pedophilia, is it correct to call this person a pedophile? So the answer to this...
So do they need to have engaged in some kind of sexual act? Because
No. If a person has this preference, i.e. this sexually attraction to young children,
mm-hmm.
is it correct to call this person a pedophile? Well, according to the definitions I've read, yes. Now, if Muhammad were to have had this condition, would it then be correct to call him a pedophile according to today's moral standards?
That's actually an interesting question, because if Aisha is the only one that was, let's call it quote unquote underage, and his other wives were not.
No, it's not the case. I mean, there are countless hadiths where he says, why do you play with matrons if you can fondle young girls? Why are you not marrying young virgins? Well, I mean, the whole thought of heaven is centered around virgins, young, unused, and the way that it is called in this discussion with the Kemites, fresh virgins. This is what I hear Muslims say all the time, fresh virgins. So how do you answer that?
Well, fresh virgins could be what age? Is there?
Can you have an 81-year-old fresh virgin?
No, you wouldn't go that high. But could you have a teen virgin? Quite likely, yep, or
yes.
Possible. But if there's nothing specified,
well, it does specify. It says qasirat, which means like
before menstruation.
Nah, but they are very young in age.
So the Quran says girls without having menstruated.
The Kawa'iba Itraba, there's this point, where when you make wudu on your feet, so you should make it up to your calf. What is that called in English? That bone.
The kneecap.
The kneecap. Okay. Anyway, so the tafsir of Kawa'iba Itraba is like their breasts have come out like the Kaab, meaning that they are newly reached puberty, so to speak.
Is that a hadith, or where is that?
No, that is Quran. وَكَوَائِبَ أَتْرَابَ وَكَأْسًا دِهَاقًا.
Okay, but going back to Stops' point, how many, remind me, was it 6 or 7 wives that Muhammad had, including Aisha?
No, 14, 15, we don't know. Anything between 11 and 16.
Right. And how many of them were, by our standards today, adults? So let's say 18 or 20.
I think there were only 3, because the first one was Khadija, obviously. And then
She was in her 40s, wasn't she? Or 50s? What was she?
40, yeah. Because he was 25, she was 15 years older.
Okay.
So she was 40. And then there were, I think, 3 he married out of social reasons, and all the others were young.
How young? We don't know yet.
Well, Rihanna was, I think, 16. Then there was this other one, which where he killed the father, the brother, the husband, and everything, and she, I think, was 17. I can't remember all of the ages.
Okay. So, and let's hear from the other panelists as well. Would we suggest then that that's a cut and dry case of what we would today consider pedophilia, or would we consider that, because if we go by that definition, that it's primarily or exclusively sexual attraction to prepubescent children, then clearly it doesn't, or seemingly it doesn't fall under that definition then?
Well, marrying a 6-year-old would, I think.
Personally, I think that the context is quite important, because let's face it, most people, probably most people around that time didn't have a problem with it.
That's exactly the point. And this is the point. But Muslims are not honest enough to go and admit this. This is the point, because most Muslims are better than their God, okay? So they will say, don't call our prophet a pedophile. Well, why not? Because by today's standards, it would be considered to be pedophilic if you are sexually attracted to a 9-year-old or 6-year-old or whatever girl. I mean, having sex with a 9-year-old is, in my eyes, by today's moral standards, pedophilia. You can't get anywhere around it. However, exactly as you say, Ansar, it's in those days it was not. It was normal. So why can't Muslims be so honest and say, in those days Muhammad was right, and no, in this way he cannot be an idol for all days or a role model for all days. That's the only sort of restriction that they need to accept.
Yeah, but of course, carry on.
Sorry, but that is actually a really big problem, because they basically want to hold on to the social mores of 1500 years ago, which is ridiculous. We've developed in science, we've developed in sociology, we've developed in philosophy, morality. We have to use these things that we've done, that human beings have done over the last 1500 years. These guys want to simply ignore all that and act as if...
Exactly, yeah. And that's why I'm posing it as those 2 questions.
Yeah, but there's a reason why. They're not just arbitrarily trying to keep it in, isn't there? The bigger reason is because it's a book for all time, for all people, and Muhammad is the example to follow. Now, if we drop that, which would, as you quite rightly say, all of us here would probably agree that would rid us of a number of these problems, or rid Muslims of a number of these concerns, if they said, hey, it happened in that time. Now, we're not okaying that time, but we're understanding that at that time, that's what was going on. We're not saying it was okay at that time, we're looking backwards, but we are saying, okay, so it happened at that time, everybody else was doing that, that was the social norm, in that society it was accepted. That we could say. But
you just don't practice it today.
Correct, but it's not that they're just arbitrarily going, okay, we're ignoring that, because it would be very easy to go, it is only that day. But that then it goes counter to one of the big messages, isn't it? Which is, he's the example for all time, and the book and the reading of it, etc., is for all people of all times. I agree. If they drop that, we would have far less of those sort of concerns.
Okay, that was just my 2 cents with them, because I thought it might be interesting to use that approach and ask Muslims, not why is your prophet a pedophilia pervert or something. No, but go around and say, listen, would you consider this to be as such as just by today's standards, by today's moral standards? And I think that's a more gentle approach to doing it. And number 2, you're not openly accusing Muhammad of doing something, but you're showing how the whole thing is built up. Because, and this is the point that I'm trying to make as well, Muslims are now starting to dictate the conditions under which we are allowed to talk to them. Like they're saying, well, let's be respectful. And it's very difficult for people to say, well, no, I don't want to be respectful. Well, I am the kind of person like that. I'm the person who will say straight out, no, I do not respect anything except a person who has gained my respect. So I do not automatically respect an ideology, a religion, a God or prophet. No, and I don't think I should, and I don't think I have to. I will not. But now Muslims, and this is now the point, I will not be spoken to by these idiots like that, where they are telling me what I am allowed to talk about in Islam. This is what they're saying. You need to show respect, and therefore, number one, if you want to make a discussion on Muhammad, you cannot say discussion about Muhammad. You have to say discussion on Muhammad, peace be upon him. No, I do not accept the ideology of Islam. I do not accept Muhammad. I do not accept Muhammad as a prophet. I will not go and say peace be upon him. But this is what they're trying to do. They're trying, and this is so sly and so deceitful, that they're trying to smuggle in these little harmless things, which in actual fact are really serious, because it means that you are accepting Islam if you're doing that. And I cannot accept this, that they are telling me, yes, we can criticize anything we want except Islam and Muhammad.
But they're not actually saying that, are they, Snobs?
Yes, that is exactly what they're saying. I'm gonna make a video on this, because there was a show where you had I don't know, this big guy who's always fighting with people, Hussein, blah blah, the guy who was always walking around in a dress. Then you have Saracen, who's giving his usual lies and all these stories. Then you have this tiger head, you know, and this is exactly what they're saying. Do not criticize Muhammad the way that you are criticizing him, because, and this is not interesting, they are shit scared of Sarah. They are so petrified because they cannot attack him. He says, I'm just as crazy as you are. I believe that energy is eternal. Go and deal with it. And they can't deal with it because they cannot in any way falsify or do anything with this. And he says, yes, I'm just as shit crazy as you are. Now go and handle this. And that's it. And they can't. And this is why they're so scared, because he's using logics and they can't handle that. And that's why they're trying to shut Sarah down. I don't know if you saw the video where he was in the park, and then Ali Dawah, he comes and pulls a guy away and says, didn't we all agree we are not going to talk to Sarah anymore? They are so scared of him. And this is why they're now coming out and saying, okay, we have to find our own limitations, and free speech is limited anyway, and we are not going to accept free speech, and free speech is good as long as you don't free speech about Muhammad. And this is why I didn't follow the free speech discussion that you had, because I was so pissed off, so put off by the comments in the chat. I need to watch this sometime later this weekend.
Yeah, have a watch there. It obviously went around quite a few different people. So eventually there was quite a bit of people on the panel. And so Saracen and Ahmed got to say quite a bit. And then obviously there were some of the other Kemet guys on as well. And then Sarah sort of left after an hour or two, I think.
Yeah. And this is, I need to watch this, but it's so shocking for me that now Muslims are already unpacking this. I mean, it's like a strategy, you know, it's like the Muslim Brotherhood. I don't know if you've read the manifest. They have this plan where you go first step this, first step, and you see these things being enacted in the real world. And this sounds exactly like one of these steps now, that now you need to dictate to other people they have to have respect, because they are always adding the or else. Like Saracen, I'm up from the north and we've got really wild people who really love the Prophet, and they're going to come down and they don't follow any rules or laws or anything, and there's no telling what they can do in London. You know, a totally unveiled threat. Don't talk about Muhammad or else. And this is what is happening, and this is what's happening in the last week, and I find that to be horrendous, really.
Cool. And on that note, I want to just welcome in Roy. I don't know how I pronounce that.
Hello.
Hello. Can you introduce yourself? Just tell us if you're a believer, a non-believer, a little bit, because I don't think you've been on before, as far as I know.
No, not at all. I'm a Muslim, but I'm not very I'm 50-50 at the moment. I'm still researching on everything, but I do believe.
What's 50-50 for you?
50-50, probably the evidences. But then again, I haven't fully read the Quran yet or anything, so I can't really make a comment on that.
Were you born Muslim, or did you convert at some point?
Oh no, I was born.
Cool.
Yeah. So what I wanted to add was, as he was talking about Speaker's Corner, because I do go there probably once every month or so, and I just think it's, you know, childish, like how some people are saying, oh, you know, bringing people from up north and, you know, I'll smash your face in, this, that. It's ridiculous because, you know, that's a place of free speech. You're not going to get anywhere, you know, like what's it going to achieve? Do you know what I mean? Like, I hope, you know, something doesn't kick off and then, you know, the park, you know, all of a sudden becomes shut down.
Well, hopefully that wouldn't happen, but it could get to a point, potentially, let's hope not, where they have police there all the time, or you have to go through a body scanner or something like that, or, you know, hopefully not, as you say, because obviously the parks don't want to do that. So they could just say, you know, it's a dangerous place now. The light at the end of the tunnel for me is that actually Muslims want to be there. So for them, it's kind of a bit of, some people say it's like an open air mosque for them. So that's partly, I think, why some of the Muslims will try and stop other Muslims doing that or saying that, although not effectively enough, clearly, because otherwise they would lose their place where people congregate. Because for some Muslims, what I see is it's become a place of propaganda. They don't care what's true. This is clear and evident, and I've got a video that I'm looking at doing at the moment on that. And so they keep coming and saying the same things. And what they want is obviously to have a video showing them talking to somebody who's not Muslim, be it atheist, Christian, whatever, so that it can go out for propaganda. Look how this Muslim schooled or rinsed or some other childish word this other person. And so that, not everybody, obviously that's not the case for everybody, but some of the regulars are very much that way.
So was that part of the reason why the ladders got taken away?
No, there was just a new person that took over as like in charge of that particular area. I believe it was a police officer, and a lady apparently, took it over and for some reason decided to do that. But then there was a bit of an outcry, and so the ladders are back there. So it's not a problem. It was like a brief blip, if you like, because obviously Jay Smith, the Christian guy, obviously said, hey, write in, do this, and he gave all the details. Obviously enough people did that to for her to reinstate that, because it was no, and even the police were like, okay, we don't really want to enforce this type of thing, even though it's kind of on the books. You know, that's the thing with some laws, they're very grey. Police can enforce them, but you'd have to go to court to test it to see whether in fact it is strong. So it's one thing having a law, it's another thing as to how does one enforce it. I used to be in the police, not in this country, but elsewhere. And there's a difference between having a law and then enforcing it and seeing what is your scope in enforcing a law, and then only the courts will decide that. So some things obviously very straightforward, don't murder, but some things that are much more grey have to go through sometimes a test procedure, for want of a better word, through the court system.
Yeah. So let's go back to the topic about the marriage.
Go for it. So what's your view?
Well, I mean, as Ansar said, and this is what, you know, a lot of us do say, is that back then, you know, it was something that was, I suppose, looked upon as normal. However, we do have to realize that, you know, this is the message, like, you know, forever. So that's the part where I'm a little bit confused at. But I was listening to Brother Ahmed in another show, and he was, you know, going through, I think, the definition of a paedophile. So I'm assuming like a child is defined as someone as prepubescent, right? Like has not reached the stage of puberty at all. Is that true?
Yeah, we can look at the definition. He was hanging his whole hat on the dictionary definition, which is problematic in and of itself, but it's even more problematic if you want to be consistent, because if you're going to use the dictionary, which I'm in a sense happy to do, because then we've got an agreed definition, but that then would falsify some other claims about the Quran. But let's stick with this one, because it's not just pubescence. Remember, from my point of view, I actually never got to talk about it on the show, because, you know, it wasn't free flowing like we do here as much, and obviously there's more people on and so forth. But it's a good question, because the other thing is consent, and that wasn't mentioned in the show. So, and consent goes around psychology. So is a a person, at what point does a person become, well, you could say legally, or I would prefer to say psychologically, at a stage where they can make a fully informed decision?
Well, the maturity comes in.
Yes, and from a psychological point of view, the ultimate age is your early 20s. Now, again, one could say, that's the perfect time, because now for most human beings, that would be from a psychological point of view. And again, you could have people who are slightly better, slightly worse. So there's a small range within that, let's say. But let's say it was 16 or 18. I would prefer to sort of say 18. The longer you wait, the more likely it is that somebody's going to be at an age of consent where they can fully take into account everything. They may have looked into it, spoken to other people, whatever the case is. I'm talking specifically from a psychological point of view. And that wasn't mentioned. So even if you say prepubescence, that's just one part. Is that just the biological body? But then you've got to take into account, can they really consent to something that they don't have full knowledge of, and their critical faculties aren't fully developed yet? And my view would be no. So even if I accepted the dictionary definition of what a child would be, or not a child, that in and of itself isn't enough when we look at this particular example. And you would be quite right, ROI, if it was a case of, and we've just discussed that, as you heard, which is in the 7th century, that was kind of the norm. Now, we don't look back on that and say that was okay, but we go, okay, we accept it was the norm at that point. If you left it just at that point, then we wouldn't be having that discussion, because we know that other cultures did that sort of thing as well, in all over the show, and maybe in Greece and here, there, and everywhere at certain times in history. But to say then on top of that, as you quite rightly pointed out, that actually this is or that view, or Muhammad, or the Quran, or whatever the case is, for all people of all time, this for most of us, if not all of us that don't believe, that's untenable. So I'm happy if you drop that claim and you went, you know what, at the time it was what was done, no problem. But then Muslims are giving up a huge amount if they accept that and go, you know what, no, we agree that it was just in that time, because the moment you say that, then you've forfeited the right to say that Muhammad or the Quran are perfect or should be followed up until today and for forevermore on planet Earth. And obviously we look at that and go, well, that's completely crazy anyway to say that that's a perfect example by today's standards. So that conflict, and as you heard, I don't know, you may not have heard it. It was late. It was an after show that when I was speaking to Ahmed on this, I asked him about the dictionary definition. So I said, well, what about, if you're going to hang your hat on the dictionary definition, what about the word beat? What does that say? And I read him the dictionary definition of the word beat. And I said, well, that's what the Quran says. Do you know what his response was? No, it doesn't actually mean beat as in physically harm somebody. It means beat it, like go away. I thought that would get a reaction. I thought that's the response.
This thing about the age of consenting, like, don't care about age of consent.
Sorry,
like evolution,
yes, broke up?
Evolution, yes, is like it is. Like the maximum fertility age may not be the age where like your brain is fully developed, and in fact it's not. The brain is not fully developed until you're 25, and that's not the maximum fertility when you're as most fertile. So nature don't care about when we're as most. Nature only care about like making us into ultimate survival machines for our genes, so to speak.
The virility.
Yes, yeah. However, and one could probably see that from this point of view, Abu, because I have heard that, and in some tribes, sort of, and I'm just guessing that it's more sort of like the Native American Indians, or maybe the Aborigines, or whoever it is, that was in fact what they did. So young children, let's call it, or children of 9, 10, whatever the case is, would engage in sexual intercourse, etc., but with a person of similar age. And so then children could be produced, but the children were then not looked after by those, quote, other children. So they were looked after by the tribe because they had the wisdom, etc. And so you're right, from an evolutionary point of view.
I'm not saying so young. I mean, I don't remember what it is, but I think it's like 18 or something around.
No, much younger than that. So some tribes.
No, but I mean the ultimate fertility age, when you're most fertile.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that is.
For women at 17, women are mature at 17, and then for men it's like 20. But unfortunately for men, the height of their sexual prowess or whatever you call it is like 18, 19, and for women it's like 25.
Okay, so you're saying
Yeah.
one is when they are actually at the height of being able to have children, and the other is when they feel like they want to.
Maturity is earlier than in men, but the sexual ability in men is earlier than in women.
Yeah,
Okay.
but like there's a difference between how willing you are, so to speak, and how fertile your egg or your seed.
Now, I'm talking about the sex drive. They looked at different points where how often do men think about sex, how often do women think about sex, and how much are they willing to do to go to bed with somebody else. And this is the point where they found out that the height for women was later than for men, but the maturity for women was earlier than for men.
Yeah, but I was not talking about. I was talking about.
No, this is not what you were talking about. No, I understand perfectly what you were talking about. This is just a fun fact.
But the thing is, and you make a good point, Abu, in the following sense. Some people try to reduce things to evolutionary drive. And I think today, and again, I'm open to correction on this, but my view is that today we've flown the perch, as Sam Harris would say, of the nest that evolution has built for us. So in other words, we have, from a evolutionary psychology point of view, we have moved on from just what our evolutionary biology says or would have us do. You know, we've recognized, because the population have grown and how we interact with people, big cities, etc., etc. So lots of things have changed, and so we have certainly, from a psychological point of view, moved on from that. So you're right. It may well be that evolution doesn't care about the age, but our psychology is now become more important in the sense. And certainly, like, I've got a very small family, and interesting, isn't it? I don't know if this is true and whether it's just a one of those nice, interesting facts, if it is in fact a fact, but generally speaking, the more educated people are, the smaller the families are, as a general rule. Now, that may not work across the entire world, but there's a reason why. And so people are learning today, don't go and have 20 or 30 children, or even 5 or 10 or whatever the case is, just because you can, because there's resource strain and you've got to look after them, etc., which wasn't the case in the past.
Yeah. And the other point is that I think this is the most important one, is what happens if a girl, for some odd reason, from a biological point of view, menstruates at the age of 3. Are you now going to marry her and have sex with her? This is impossible. And yet these things happen.
Correct. And that was the example that, again, that Ahmed brought up, that a girl of 6 had a child. I mean, so what? As quite rightly, as you say, so there's going to be human beings that are going to differ along that range. That's why we don't just use menstruation, or I wouldn't just use menstruation as the litmus test for, is a girl ready to have sexual intercourse?
Zoe or ZOI, what direction Islam do you follow? Are you a standard Sunni?
Yeah, Sunni and Hanafi madhab.
Okay, so if you go into the Hanafi literature, or you go into what the Imams propagate, did you ever have a problem with understanding what kind of a person Muhammad was?
To be honest, like, when you mean by Hanafi literature, I mean, again, you know, I'm like a basic, you know, standard person who's, you know, uneducated on everything at the moment.
Yeah, but you did go to the mosque, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, you get the literature. I mean, you get the Imam telling you what it says, doesn't it?
Telling about his character?
No, about what Mr. Hanafi said.
Well, about what specifically?
About Muhammad.
Yeah, what about him? Sorry, I wasn't paying.
No, I was just wondering,
yeah,
if you were told what kind of a person Muhammad was in the 7th century and how this translates into today.
I know that all I know was that he's someone that has perfect, you know, morality. He was, you know, he was a shy character initially, but still, I'm sorry, I don't get what you mean.
This is exactly what I mean. What you have been told is exactly what I hear so much from Muslims, that they go to the mosque and this is what the Imam tells them. And then if I tell them, well, if you go into Bukhari and Muslim and you see that he actually went and suggested to his men that they enjoy raping female captives, they are shocked because they've never been told these things about Muhammad, which is in the hadith.
Yeah, I've never heard about that before, but
Yeah, can I just say, I mean, I grew up probably in a slightly similar situation to Zoe, so I could help him out a little bit here.
Go on.
What I think is that while we were growing up and going to the mosque, stops, I think you're a bit mistaken, because the imams and the teachers at the mosque, they don't want to tell you the facts and the truth, and they don't even believe the facts and the truth themselves. They just want to brainwash you and portray Muhammad to literally be some kind of magical, morally amazing human being, and that's the only things we had ever heard about him. While
that's
I was
exactly
in the mosque,
what I was going after. That's exactly what I was. That's why I asked.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right. But I think Zoe is maybe not able to, you know, just basically put it as simply as that. But that is pretty much what they do. They never tell us any of the negative things. I didn't hear about any wars that he went to. I thought he literally stood outside his house and protected everybody all the time. And that was the only time he ever got into violence. It's only when I started to question things for myself, and then I went to study the things, I realized that these guys are omitting 90% of their own literature. And they're just cherry picking the absolute fantastic bits and making it sound as if that's all there is.
But
Another
also,
thing is, oh, go on.
no, you carry on.
Yeah. What I want to say is that I think sometimes at the mosque as well, like some of the, I don't know, teachers or leaders, I don't think that a lot of them are educated themselves on a lot of things, because quite a few times that come from, you know, for example, like Pakistan, you know, back home, this, that. Because I remember, like, for example, when we'd have certain questions about certain things, we'd go up to them, and, you know, they themselves wouldn't know, or they would make up an answer on the spot.
Oh dear, he's dropped.
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about. He's right. In our kind of background, I'll go on. You can carry on now.
Yeah, so I was saying, yeah, I mean, there's teachers that come from different backgrounds, and, you know, like poor backgrounds. They're uneducated, and yeah, they don't have the answers to everything as well. So I think that plays a big role as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I kind of think that it would be the sort of job that somebody would do if they literally had nothing better to offer the world. It's just a fallback. If you don't have anything to offer the world, you just, oh well, I'll be religious and I'll do Tablighi, Jumaat and all these things going around, because it's just an easy option. You don't need any brains for it. You just have to be faithful and regurgitate a load of rubbish, basically.
And I think, you know, the internet and inquiring young minds is the biggest danger that Islam faces. So, you know, you can find more information now. You can speak to people you couldn't do before. Zoe, I don't know where you're located. If you're not in the UK, you know, you wouldn't be having this conversation with us if there wasn't for the internet. And so you can have these conversations. You can hear other points of view. You can go research things yourself, and then you go, hang on a moment, you know, and, you know, do more thinking about things. And I think that for me, and I hear it as well. I had a conversation with somebody from Saudi Arabia. Now, we all think Saudi Arabia is like, you know, one of the most, you know, closed Muslim communities. And here the guy is saying to me, you know what, a lot of the youth that he interacts with, they don't accept this. So we see Saudi Arabia as a monolith, and it's the Saudi government that's doing all of this. But I think, and it seems to be, they have internet access and stuff. They want to do their own thing. And so, you know, I think it's becoming increasingly difficult unless you brainwash them from very early age and you keep them separated or isolated. You know, natural young people in particular naturally are inquisitive, questions. They want to find out about things and meet other people potentially, unless they again being demonized that other people are bad, etc. And so, you know, that's the madrasas and that sort of thing is the attempt to stop that, because if they allowed people to have open, honest conversations, oh my word, that would be hugely problematic.
Yeah, another thing I want to add in as well is I think maybe if you've been to the mosque learning, you might relate to this. Quite frequently, sometimes the teachers as well, and I've experienced this as well, like they would use physical sort of abuse, like, you know, pulling the ears, you know, slapping kids about.
Yeah, I saw that on a BBC documentary. I'm like, holy crap.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not being, imagine that happened in an English school. Sorry, if you're okay with it, whereabouts are you located?
Essex.
Okay, cool.
But I do come down speakers quite a bit.
Yeah, so obviously, yeah, you did say, sorry, that's right. You did say you come once a month. Imagine that happened in the UK in a normal high school that's non-religious, because they've seen it. It's been undercover, etc. Imagine that happened. I mean, the parents would be up in arms, the teacher, maybe even the head of the school, they'd be thrown out. There'd probably be criminal charges pressed, etc. But I don't know whether that happened in those undercover videos that were shown on the BBC some time ago, where exactly that. They were being pushed, ears pulled, hit on the head, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, straight away. That if it was a normal school, they'll be gone the next day.
Yeah.
But I think that's something, that needs to be
Yeah,
sorted
but you know
out.
what? Zoe, is this true for you as well? Because the funny thing I always found to be most offensive about this situation when it happened to me is that I could just remember my parents taking us on the first day and saying to the Malana, if they step out of line, make sure you beat the shit out of them. I don't know what, that memory of that first day made me realize that I've got nowhere to turn to.
Yeah,
of course
my father's like that.
And we've moved on from that sort of thing. I was caned. I'm originally from South Africa, so I was caned before that came out. So they banned corporal punishment in South Africa probably around 1990, just as Nelson Mandela was released, or give or take around about that time. And I think it was here in the UK in the 70s or whatever the case is. But we've moved on. And again, why? Because there's countless studies that show that, causing physical harm to young children is counterproductive. And so apart from anything else, but it's cruel anyway. But that's what I learned. And of course, so I've got my children I don't do that with because I've learned better, but I've also updated my psychology because, recognizing more about children. And I think the whole thing is education, and people are stuck in, centuries or millennium gone by in the modern world. And so there's this collision with old school mentality and the things that we've learned through science, through study, through observation of human beings. And so that's progressing, but certain views aren't. And so now when there's a collision, oh crap, the old-fashioned views now are struggling to find a way to make it acceptable if they're in the West. Now in the Middle East and so forth, they don't have a problem with beat your wife and do all of that. You see the Saudi imams and so forth on YouTube. They've got no problem saying this. Over there, because they're the majority and almost nobody questions it, boom, it's no problem. So here they have the collision, and oh crap, what are we going to say? Yeah, we can't accept that because then we're going to be shunned, and rightly so. So now we have to scramble to find some solution that will make it somewhat acceptable if people close their eyes and hope for the best. And, I think that's problematic.
I would say that it's not only Islam and the Muslim world that has a problem with this. I think kind of moralism and this stupid way of thinking where you're not taking into account like how the human nervous system works and all this. This is a problem in the whole world, even in the most developed country and the most countries that are most secular and most kind of pro-science. Like
in what way?
Our whole kind of judicial system is based on a kind of Judeo-Christian foundation. We have a kind of moralistic view of
That's
things.
true, but are we today in as you put it, secular countries causing physical harm to people in the sense of beating them? Or are you talking about being in prison, or what do you mean? Because I'm thinking about physical punishment.
I'm talking about the general way of thinking. Instead of thinking like, okay, how do we maximize what we want? Like as far like some areas, how do we maximize well-being? We still have this kind of moralistic way of thinking. No, we have to do it in this way, and we have to like punish these people in this way. Instead of looking at it from a scientific point of view, it's like, what is the real consequences of this behavior on the human brain and so on? You were talking about like beating children. Like we can test that experimentally and see, okay, what happens to children that were beaten by their parents? Will they grow up to be good citizens and like and then you can test that and compare that with the children that was not beaten and so on.
Ironically enough, interesting, studies have shown that the people that are beaten, perversely enough, then go on to beat their children.
Yeah,
isn't that
they
fascinating?
continue to beat their children, and I also think that it's not only that, they also tend to be more aggressive against people in general. So they...
How's this? My half-brother was beaten by my dad in Canada, and suddenly one day, police knock on the door. Because my dad's from South Africa, so he's kind of more old school where the beatings happened if you did something really bad. And so the police show up. My half-brother would have been about 12, 13, whatever the case is. And they say, have you beaten your son? And he goes, yeah, it's my son. They say, no, you're not allowed to do that. And of course, he's flabbergasted. And he's like, okay, what's happening now? And of course, he's now very upset with my son, who went to the police in Canada to report him. Now, of course, my half-brother's now grown up. He's got children. I went to go visit them, not in Canada, in South Africa, where this isn't the case, or certainly not to that degree anyway. And he did exactly the same thing and I was like stunned, and I watched it and I'm like, holy crap, he's doing to his little son exactly what happened to him. His son was petrified. I'm sitting at the table. His son did something. He says, okay, I'm taking you to the toilet now. I'm going to give you a hiding. And the look of fear on this little boy who was 5 years old, I still remember it now. I'm like, holy crap. I had sort of hidings as well. But fortunately I went, okay, that doesn't work, and did a bit of work on that and looked into it. But here, that's what people do. And so I was beaten. They think it's wrong. They're very upset at the time, but then they go on to do exactly the same thing. It's just like amazing.
Yeah.
But also it's education. I keep saying the same thing. I said it last night on the Titans TV hangout. If we can educate ourselves, and I don't just mean reading books, I mean psychological education. I mean accepting the progress of science. I am, for want of a better word, a kind of a dirty word, slave almost to science. Whatever the best information is at the time, that's what I'm going to accept by the majority of people as far as I can. And if science shows us that it's incredibly negative to beat children or do whatever, then, or for that matter, to have sexual intercourse with young children that aren't able to fully consent, then that sort of thing, needs to be stopped, because people just don't know any better. They haven't studied it. It was done to them, so they think it's okay. And like you said, Abu, we're coming from the Judeo-Christian view in the Western world, and back in the days, torture and beatings and stuff were commonplace. That was just the accepted way that you got punished. And so that's carried on until kind of the modern world, where we've gone, hang on a moment, now we've got science, we can do things differently. But had we not done that, we would have still been doing those things.
I would still argue that.
Opposite?
What?
What if it's the opposite?
Opposite what?
What Rob was just saying. What if science tells you it's okay and you should actually beat your children?
Okay, then I would do that. If
Because I
that's
wouldn't.
really,
Because there I would go with my personality, and I'm sorry, this is where I would oppose science.
But yeah.
okay, well, give me an actual example, because of course that hypothetical
you
is.
could prove that like the long-term benefit is so much better that if you beat your children. That
I wouldn't beat my children, for example, if for no reason. So let's say, and I will say that crazy example. Let's say that science says in the long run, if your children step out of line, and actually beating shows us, and we've got ironclad proof of this, not like, oh, it's 50-50. We've got ironclad proof, because again, I repel from doing that. So in order for me to do that, I need to know that there's a greater, there's a greater benefit to that. A bit like, going on operating table. You're going to feel pain, but there's a bigger benefit to it. And so nobody would say that operating on somebody is immoral. We'd in fact say it would be immoral not to do it. So in the same way, you could make that argument if you could show, that in fact it's a good thing, which I think
in this case it's
clear
not.
that it's not and never would be.
In this case, this is, but it's also like. But before I'm saying anything about that, I just want to stress this, that I think that yes, in Europe, we're no longer kind of punishing people for being epileptic, for example, like we used to do, because we thought that if epileptic people was possessed by the devil, then we had a moralistic view on that we have to punish them because they are possessed by the devil.
In Asia, you still do.
Yeah.
And Africa.
So, so that is a kind of easy way. But I would say that when one of my absolute favorite scientists, Robert Sapolsky, was asked what do you think that the people who live in the future, that future people would look back on our society and say, okay, this was very barbaric, in the same way as we look back on our ancestors and say, oh, how barbaric it was to punish people for being epileptic. Is there anything that people in the future will look back on us and say the same thing? And
oh yeah, for sure.
Robert Sapolsky said something like, they used to put people in prison or something like that, or like punish people for things that they could not control.
Okay, but that gets into the whole free will thing.
That's a good one.
Yeah, we still have a
Treatment of animals.
But just use another easy example: the cruelty to animals.
Yeah.
There's a straightforward, easy example. We know that if you're going to slaughter an animal to eat it for food, at the moment, the most humane, moral way to do that is just stun the animal first, so that it's instantly unconscious, and then slaughter the animal. We know this. There's no debate on this. And yet, I was at a conference where the vets are saying that we cannot get this across to, for example, the Orthodox Jews and the Islamic what do you call it? The council that's involved with this.
But that's kind of easy. I mean, it's just because they're religious. They invoke their religious right to torture.
Yes, and that's immoral, but we still allowed. Why? Because even now, we're still tiptoeing around, allowing these people to bring forth these medieval beliefs, and it has consequences in the real world. Just because we personally can't feel it doesn't mean animals don't, and we know this. It's not as if this is like murky science. Even William Lane Craig tried to argue that animals don't. Can you believe it? William Lane Craig tried to argue that animals don't feel pain. I mean, this went out in the, years ago, and Skydive Phil had to make a video. If you go to his channel, there's a lovely video there talking about how animals do in fact feel pain, and there's no doubt about it, basically. But this
animals is a very broad. I don't think that amoebas feel pain.
Okay, so we're talking mostly about the slaughter of animals.
Slaughter, yeah, but I think that's an easy example. I mean, that's ridiculous that we allow them to do that. I think it's just ridiculous. But what I'm stressing it even more. I'm saying that we are not perfect either. Like the way we are treating criminals, for example, when we know that a huge chunk of all criminals actually have some kind of mental diagnosis, and we punish them anyway. I think it's people will, in the future, will look back on us and think that we are immoral also.
Yeah,
so
but
you could also have this moralistic, stupid thinking ourselves.
Yeah, but you could still make the case that we don't have a better way to do it yet, and maybe there is a better way, but to do it en masse.
But I think we have a better way. But I think there are better ways. We could do it in more humane ways, but
like what?
Especially in see it more like a kind of medical problem than
yeah. But any of those changes would mean a fundamental restructuring of our society.
Yeah. And the other problem you've got to take into account,
the restructuring would be better, because it would reduce crime and it would increase happiness.
Yeah, but
if you have a more scientific approach.
There's a basic problem here, Abu. The thing is that we look back at the barbarism and the barbaric rituals of those days because today we know better. Today, if we look at our rituals and our behavioral patterns, we don't know better. So it's going to take us 100 or 200 years before we can look back and say, and today we know better than those people did. And when we're referring to the people we're doing today, we don't know better.
You're right. We don't know, as a group, we don't know better. But our scientists know better. Our neuroscientists know better.
We're learning though.
Exactly. We're getting there slowly. Exactly.
But guys like Robert Sapolsky knows better. But yes, the majority of people are still stuck in this.
And that's the problem, isn't it, Abu? We've got to educate people, because people have apparently, or maybe, have an ingrained need for retribution. Now, whether that's evolutionary or not, I don't know. We'd have to ask an evolutionary psychologist. But the need for retribution, when somebody does something you perceive to be wrong, particularly when it's pretty serious, like some kind of violence against a family member or whatever, there seems to be, because we haven't evolved as a species, there seems to be, psychologically anyway, there seems to be an innate need potentially for retribution. So now I've got to go and do that. And that's the thing that you'd have to kind of educate and grow people's consciousness out of, because even if we agreed with Robert Sapolsky, there's going to be a majority of people that cannot shake what they seem to think is an innate need for retribution. So, I mean, if each of us on this panel thought about it, if a family member, your closest family member, something happened to them, goodness forbid, especially with somebody else, I don't think any of us would really sit here and go, what, Robert Sapolsky's right. There's probably better.
I agree. I probably would. I'm not saying that I am better than anyone. So, but intellectually, there's a difference between what I think intellectually and what I feel emotionally. So yes,
yeah, but that's the educational process for the majority of people out there, is to get them to a point where the what they seem to think is the innate need for retribution is vastly reduced. Otherwise, they just wouldn't accept Robert Sapolsky's view, even if we showed it scientifically it's correct. You are now butting up against what people think is their innate evolutionary, or perhaps not in the case of a theist, view that no, that person has done something wrong and they need to be, quote, punished. So you've got, the science butting up. But you're right, over time, a couple of 100 years, hopefully we would evolve to that point where the vast majority have educated themselves, etc., and they accept that, and they can put aside or override that, retributory impulse that they have.
Yeah, but that's something we have to learn. I mean, there are many of our impulses that are not useful. I mean, there could even be a argument for rape from an evolutionary point of view. There are people that try to explain that behavior evolutionary, but that doesn't mean that it's desirable.
Well, that's why we've got to keep reminding people who want to bring up examples like that we've flown the perch, as I keep remembering, just because that's the way Harris talked about it, flown the perch that evolution has built for us. We've moved on from what, quote, the evolutionary biology may or may not say, and we now have, evolutionary psychology and morality, etc., that we've continued to, and those override and should override. And even Dawkins admits that he wouldn't want to live in a world that was governed by the laws, quote unquote, of evolution. That would be, a particularly unpleasant world to live in. So while people want to point that way, we've moved on, and we don't need a God to move us away from our evolutionary instincts, if you want to call them that.
Well, apparently it is, because in the chat, Ahmed is doing his little spiel. Ahmed, don't you want to come in and dazzle us with your knowledge?
Oh, I want to speak more to Zoe, if I may, if Zoe is still there.
Yeah, go on.
Because here's a young man who's, I'm guessing, sounds relatively young. Maybe you're older and you've got a younger voice, which is great if that's the case. Anyway.
Only 20.
Oh, great. Yeah. Okay, so you are fairly young. I think most of us here are over 40. Maybe Ansar's younger. He looks younger anyway.
I'm 39.
There you go. See, spot on. So yeah, Zoe, tell us if you're interested. Either something we've talked about, or tell me if you wouldn't mind. Because you said you're 50-50. I'm always fascinated, especially with people that I haven't spoken to before, and I don't think we've spoken before.
No, we haven't.
What's the biggest reason that you are still a Muslim, apart from intellectual? Like, what's the thing that says, you know what, for me, this?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, the 50-50 part, the only reason why I'm 50-50 at the moment, again, is because me, like many other young Muslims, we are ignorant, on our own scriptures. We don't, read it. So I think basically lack of knowledge, really. But the reason why I would say I'm still a Muslim is because I still believe in the concept of a creator. Now, if you're going to ask me to go into the proof and, all the theories and stuff, that's way beyond my capacity, to be honest, to tell you.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. We're not here to put you on the spot. I'm just interested in the reason why. So you obviously believe that a creator is what, more likely than not, or is the only explanation, or?
I believe it's more likely because, again, I'm using a simple thing like nothing into something. I just don't accept, the whole universe to come to be without a cause.
Okay, yeah. No, fair enough. I hear that a lot. To you in the nicest way, and I think, and there's more knowledgeable people than me in the chats and in the panel here, but it's, what I would suggest, and this is what I want when I go to Speaker's Corner, so I'll tell you, and I'd love it for you as well, is I want to challenge what I consider bad ideas, but that could be my, quote, subjective opinion. But what I do want is for people to think critically. And Ansar's a great example, and he will tell you, if you want to have that conversation with him, about how, thinking critically is almost like waking up, that you are looking out there at the world. And there's another young man that sometimes comes on here that we chat to as well. And when you talk about that sort of thing, it's because you haven't delved into cosmology and you don't have the knowledge, because we do have natural explanations. Do we know that they are for certain? No. But, and again, one thing I would love for you to kind of put out of your mind, but it's very difficult if you're getting it from other Muslim sources, and that's the word certainty. because we're not certain about anything but then neither is anybody else in the world. And so unfortunately some Muslims want to claim that because non-believers or because some people from a scientific or non-believing point of view don't have certainty, that there's a backdoor for them to invoke a God. And obviously that's problematic, with the God of the gaps. Now they hate that and they want to try and get away from it, but of course it's like an elastic band. You're trying to pull away and it just brings you back. And for the rest of us, we can kind of see that. So I would suggest it's like when you say, oh, I can't imagine how this could have come from nothing. Some reading some books, and I've recommended a few to other people, at least you get another view. And you can go, okay, I can see how somebody who's not a believer in God can, and this is what the smartest people in the world tell us. So what justification have I got as a Muslim to say, well, I don't know, or I should accept a book that was done 1,500 years ago, when the smartest people on earth that have been doing this their entire lives and have backed, and the knowledge has improved over the last 100 years. That story of the last 100 years in cosmology is like, that for me is like worth 10 Bibles or Qur'ans, just how we've learned, what we've done, how we've explored and understood more about the universe. And you go, holy crap. And we've got explanations for how things can, quote, come from nothing, but we've got to talk about what nothing really is. And so if you're educated, you can go, okay, wow, okay, I've got this. I couldn't understand it before. Here's a solution. And now you can think about it and go, okay, maybe it's not perfect, or as in like it's not certain, but if we drop the certainty, because nobody in the world has got certainty, and you could ask, are you certain? That sort of claim. But we know that from a philosophical point of view. So there's very little we know for certain. But if, and again, it depends. Your worldview might be, I'm going to go with what's in a book. Some of us here on the panel will go with, we will accept the consensus from the smartest people on the planet on whatever topic it is, because they've done the research, and we accept that and we trust that they are honest people who are seeking the truth and they don't have an agenda. And we don't know them personally, but that's, I think, a reasonable position, because we do it in most of our life anyway. We trust that the aircraft manufacturers are making the best possible aircraft that's going to get us to our destination, and there's not something that's going to blow up because they're cutting corners. And it's the same with science. So if you educated yourself on that, and maybe evolution, some of the bigger topics, then at least you have another point of view where you can go, hey, you know what? Okay, I didn't know that. Here's a solution. Do I accept it? And then we can have that discussion, because I could give you versions of it, but I always think it's better if you are interested, then it's worth you doing it yourself, because I will share something with you, but your filters, the psychological filters that you have, and we all have them, you hear me speaking and you're going, well, I don't accept that, or you're questioning it. But if you read it in the book, then you think about it maybe a little bit differently to if somebody presents it to you, or if I make that argument to you here or in Speaker's Corner. It becomes almost like a debate. And so there's an automatic defense filter that we all do. I do it as well. We all do. We know this happens. But when you question things yourself, now that filter drops, because you're going into your own mind, and you're not having to filter external information in the same way.
Yeah, of course. What I'd also like to say is there any books or that you would recommend, about the universe?
Universe. So Lawrence Krauss's Universe from Nothing is a great read, even if you don't accept the nothing concept, because he's got a different version of nothing. So A Universe from Nothing by Lawrence Krauss is one of them. And the other one here that I am reading or attempting to, I've got like so many books, it's hard to keep track of which ones I'm reading. And there's another one here that I've got, also on that, by Sean Carroll. That was actually recommended to me. Where's that book? The Lawrence Krauss one, the beauty of the Lawrence Krauss book is that it gives you the history of cosmology. So you go through like how we knew that people thought there was a steady state. In other words, the universe wasn't expanding, and how Einstein came around. And it doesn't delve too deep. On occasions it goes into a few topics, but it's generally for the layperson to get an understanding of cosmology and hopefully be wowed by what we understand, how we've been able to measure the size of the visible universe, the fact that we've been able to understand that it's a flat universe as opposed to like being curved like a ball, those sort of things, and how we found it was expanding away, and all that sort of stuff is like amazing. And these people have done all of these things, and there's still problems in the sense of like we haven't got answers to certain things, but what we have established is just like incredible. And that story can be quite inspiring, and then you might go, wow, I want to learn more, and so on. So that's one.
And can I say something?
Please go for it.
I mean, to be honest, I really like Zoe. He sounds like a really intellectually honest person, and he's very calm and collected, and that shows a lot of maturity as well. So, I mean, I think given this situation, we could quite help him out a bit more than just refer him to a few books. I mean, like genuinely, if there's any specific questions that he does have that either, you know, baffle him, or maybe, you know, maybe he's just not sure about, and that's why he refers back to, you know, his old ways of thinking. Because it is a journey of progress, but in my experience, from going from a theist to being an agnostic atheist, a lot of it really does come down to specific interactions you have with people. And this is the reason why we go to Speaker's Corner, to learn and bounce ideas off people we respect. And I think he could benefit a lot from, you know, just chatting to us, basically.
Sure. I mean, if you want to, I see, especially because you've come here the first time, and I don't want to put you under the pressure of like, okay, you've got to defend yourself, and you know, we're going to attack you and show you how wrong your view is. That's not the point at all. And I think Answer's made a good point. So if you go, guys, well, I think this, what about this? We can kind of give you our views, and it's not to say, oh, Zoe, look how wrong you are. It's more a case of now you can hear different opinions on things. And we'll do it as to the best of our ability. None of us are perfect, but we could do it on a view of, hey, here's our view, and not to make you wrong in that sense, but here's another view that you could adopt. So if you want to do that, you've got, well, 4 of us here. We're happy to do that with you in whatever way, and you go away and think about it. That would be my thing. At the end of the day, go away and think about and go research yourself. But we're here.
He does the research. He can use whatever things we said and check them out and bounce them back and see exactly where, you know, the professionals do stand on these matters.
Yeah, and go and speak to other Muslims. You see, how's this? This is interesting, Zoe. I was speaking to another gentleman who speaks to some of us here and speaks to other Muslims. Do you know what the message was? They said to him, don't go speak to those guys. They're going to confuse you. Now, isn't that interesting? I would say to you, go speak to everybody else.
Stay away from.
Yeah, stay away from. Go and make your own decisions. Speak to all the people. Go speak to Muslims. Come back to us, speak to everybody, and make your own decision. That, I think, is the most intellectually honest position. I would not say, oh, don't go speak to those Muslims because they're going to confuse you or they're going to make you more Muslim. I want you to think critically. And then in order to do that, you need to hear the best of both sides, for want of a better word. And then hopefully you can make a more informed decision.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there are actually some very good speakers out there at Speaker's Corner that, you know, have stayed away from the drama. They're more, obviously, elders like, I don't know, Shabir Yusuf or Mansour Ahmed, those kind of guys. So, yeah, most definitely, much appreciated.
But Zoe, what are you trying to achieve? What interests you most at the moment?
What interests me most? First, I would say first is the religion first, and then second, hearing the viewpoints of, you know, the explanations of the universe, not just from a theist, but from another side as well, from another perspective. So then I can
But you understand that there is no explanation. You know that we're talking only about models.
Theories.
We're talking about probabilities and possibilities, not about anything that is certain. There is no certainty, okay?
Of course.
Then as long as you're aware of, because a lot of Muslims are not aware of that. They want certainty. It's black and white. Either it's true or not true, or it's black or whatever. If you say you are interested in Islam, if you're interested in the religion, what about Islam interests you the most?
What about Islam interests me the most? I would say, from what I've heard and what I'm currently, you know, just started to read, you know, a lot of the things mentioned in the Qur'an, that many, you know, like scientific statements and stuff, which I'm not actually. Well, this is the thing. I can't actually get into it, but like they mentioned, like embryology, the mountain formation.
Okay, what are you using to read about this, to get some information?
The Quran itself. And also, I've got the Tafsir volume as well of Ibn Kathir, but I haven't opened it.
Okay, but no, I don't understand. If you take the Quran, and you're interested in embryology, there is nothing in the Quran about embryology.
No, but like the fact that it mentions things in there at a certain point of time, if it happens to be, you know, all correct in what it says, and it came from 1400 years ago, then you would think, you know, how would he, you know, get this information from?
Okay, but what I'm saying is it doesn't mention embryology. It doesn't mention formation of mountains. It doesn't mention any of that.
So you're saying there's nothing mentioned in there at all?
Nothing at all.
Okay, maybe.
This is why I was interested in understanding what it is that interests you about Islam. And I cannot imagine that anybody goes and learns about Islam to learn about the formation of mountains.
No. It's not. Obviously, if I want to learn about embryology, I would go to a book of a scientist and stuff. But
Exactly.
But yeah, of course. I mean, you can't deny that. But
Zoe, think for yourself for a moment. If there was any scientific claim that was true, that was like a really solid thing, every single Muslim would be saying it all the time. The fact that they're not should give you pause to go, well, how come I never hear scientific claims in Speaker's Corner, or very rarely, or if I do, they're not in any way. If anybody brings me those sort of scientific claims, or any of the other guys here, those things don't hold water, and so they've now got a tap dance a lot around them to make them fit. And so it's not like some other quote fact, whichever fact that might be, that Muslims regularly would say. The scientific stuff, and if you look at a lot of the regulars there, they don't bring this up. If they're asked, they kind of say something, but they don't really want to delve into it. If they're pressed, they then try and do the tap dance. But if it really there were scientific claims, this would be pronounced from the rooftops everywhere. All we need is one really solid piece of evidence that the Qur'an is true, and every Muslim across the world would know it like within a day or two if they were connected to the internet. It would be front page news. We'd all be going, holy crap, that's true. And so if that were the case, people would be speaking about it much more certainly than they are. And so they've got to try and make arguments around vague words here and there that kind of might mean this if you look at it in this way, etc. And the rest of us look at this and go, there's nothing in there scientific in any way. You've got to really stretch the imagination to find something that works. And then when you find something contradictory, like the earth is rolled out like a carpet, now you go and listen to, and again, this is where I'd want you to kind of step back and pretend, if you could, I'm not Muslim, I'm listening with, pretend you're going in there as somebody that doesn't know anything about religion, and then you listen to the responses that are given, if that was possible. And then you hear people going, well, the carpet goes upstairs. Does that mean that it's not flat? Those sort of responses. And this is from people who go down to the park regularly, years and years. They've heard all these arguments. And these are the sort of responses they get. And I'll leave it to Abu and Stops and Ansel. You get a sheikh, or somebody who claims to be a sheikh, in Speaker's Corner going, no, but the earth is shaped like an ostrich egg, and it said so in the Quran. And I'll leave it to Stops to take care of that one. But those are the sort of things that are done. And now you go and listen to other people that are more knowledgeable. And of course, and Abu's there, and maybe Abu can comment as well. And they're using the Arabic word. And my understanding is that it's actually the shape that's made. So when they talk about that particular word, and you correct me, please, Abu, is the shape that an ostrich egg makes in the sand. It's like the curvy shape. It's not the egg itself, but correct me.
Dawah something.
Dude. That's a silly, crazy stretch.
We don't want to go into the details. I think it's about the concept that I want Zoe to answer, not now to go into every claim that other people have made, because Zoe has not made any of those claims. So I'd love to hear, what about this fascinates you in Islam that you would be interested in this?
Well, I mean, the main thing, right, is clearly about the afterlife concept, and because if this is true, then our whole eternal life depends on this. So it's something that's one thing.
Is that like the strongest one, or is that just one of the components?
That's one of the, I suppose that's one of the things. But could you give an example of what you mean?
There's different things in Islam that you can have an afterlife, you can have life as a test, you can have that you are being created only in order to worship your creator. And the better you are at worshiping, the more points you generate, the quicker you can get into heaven, and the quicker you get to enjoy this afterlife, which is given to you, which is sold to you as something that is desirable. So my next question would be, why do you think an afterlife, the way that it is described in Islam, is desirable?
Well, it's desirable because it's a reward at the end of the day. I mean, well, yeah, of course. I mean, if, like, as a believer, you go through the test, and whatever the struggles we face on here, clearly the rewards that we get in paradise would be pleasurable.
What are
Nothing
these
like-
rewards?
Well, the rewards, I don't know actually the specifics, but it's like things. There'll be things here that we're not allowed, that would be allowed over there. Like there's like wine, the wine of heaven, or the kingdoms, and not kingdoms, the palaces, and those sort of things.
Okay, and these sorts of things you
Yeah.
consider to be a reward, even though you don't
Well-
really know what they are.
Well, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are, but it's gonna be nothing like on this earth.
Okay, so okay, I think I understand. What you are saying is you don't really know the details. You just know that there is something out there which you are going to get to if you make the right moves here and now. So all you need to do is for 80 years do blah blah blah, and then after you've done this, then you will get this reward which you don't really know what it is, but it must be great. Is that?
If it's by the creator, then yeah, it would be great, of course.
Okay, why would you think that the creator would give you a great reward?
If I, for example, do well in this test on Earth, and he accepts, me on the day of judgment, then I don't know why. I can't say why, but it's just a test. That's it.
Stops. A quick question for
You
you.
just got to pass the test.
Do you think his view is incoherent, or do you think it's coherent given his worldview?
No, it's none of that. I'm just trying to establish what it is that drives a person to do what he's doing. Because come on, I mean, I've made this video where I show how difficult life for a Muslim actually is, and it's really tough.
Well,
And they need to go through a lot of things before they get to this reward, to this afterlife. And I've been trying to establish what about this afterlife is such a big deal. Why is this so wonderful? Why is it considered to be a reward? And what Zoe is doing at the moment is confirming that it is not actually something tangible. It is just an idea that it must be great because the creator is so great. And I don't know why they think that the creator is so great.
But the first thing when we do like practices and everything is the first intention is that it's for God first of all, because
Why
at the end
would
of the
this
day,
great God require this?
well, he doesn't require it. I mean,
So why are you created in order to do it? I mean, this is your purpose in life.
That's his choice. That's his will.
Okay, do you see the logical conundrum here?
Not really.
Okay, all human beings and the jinn are created in order to worship the creator, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we all know what 58 is 47 or whatever. Now, if you go and you say, if all humans are created to worship this creator, how come 80% are not?
If all humans are created, 80% of what? Sorry.
Of all created humans
Yeah.
are not worshiping this God.
Well, I mean, if they're not worshiping God, then that's not good for them.
Yeah, but
I mean,
this God created them
but
in
you have
order
to
to
understand-
worship them.
But you have to understand as well that if, for example, some people don't receive the message of Islam at all, then they can get, judged as well.
Okay, what about the 99% who do?
If they hear of Islam,
Yes.
and this message, well, I don't know if that's I'm not sure if 99% have heard of Islam, to be honest.
Okay, but this God creates every human being
Yeah.
with a single purpose.
Yeah, I mean, we're born with a natural, inclination to worship, not worship God, but
No, we're not.
Well,
But that's besides the point. We are being created according to Islam
yeah,
for only one purpose, and that is to worship Allah, right?
yeah.
Okay, we agree on that one. But now 80% don't.
Mhm.
And now you're telling me, well, they didn't get the message. Yeah, but why were they created in order to worship if they never got the message? And God knew about this before he created them, that some people would not get the message, but he creates them anyway to worship him, knowing full well they will not because they don't know about it. How does that make sense?
Well, I can't. Yes, I mean, I couldn't answer further, to be honest.
Okay, the next point is, if we are being honest, 99% or make it 90%, of those 80% who don't worship this God have heard about Islam and still don't accept it. But God nevertheless created them, knowing full well in advance that they would not worship him. And then he goes and punishes those people for not worshiping him, which he created, knowing full well they wouldn't. Where's the logic?
It's free will. It's free will.
Yeah, but hang on, he knows about this.
Yeah, he knows. He knows.
He knows. He
the
knows
choice.
So if you are told, here's a bit of clay, can you make a human figurine out of this? Then you say, yes, I can. Let me make a human figurine. Now, your goal is to make a human figurine. But hang on, you know that you can't because you don't really know how to make a figurine. So you make a total balls up. And then you are saying, well, it's the figurine's fault that it doesn't look like a figurine, so I'm going to punish the figurine.
Mm. So you're saying that he...
Okay,
go on. Well, so you're saying that he already knows, so, like, why should he be punished? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, God knows in advance that the figurine he's going to create is not going to do what he wants this figurine to do. Mm-hmm. And then he goes and punishes the figurine for its own incompetence.
But from the human perspective, it's his choice. Makes it.
No, it's God's perspective.
From God's, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, take it from a human perspective.
Yeah.
I am being created to worship this God.
Right.
I don't. Now this God is going to punish me by putting me into hell for eternity. But it knew that I was not going to do that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So why did it create me knowing that I would go to hell? So it is punishing me for its own incompetence by creating me as an atheist, knowing full well I will not worship this God, and yet he still goes ahead and creates me. Where's the logic?
I'm not sure. I can't answer you honestly, legitimately.
You can think about that. That's just a point. Okay. But this was just besides the point. I don't know why I always go off track. I'm trying to establish why you love Islam. You are saying you are inquisitive. You think that there's an afterlife. You don't really know why there's an afterlife and what this afterlife comprises of. Where do you get this information that there is this afterlife?
Well, I mean, I think part of the reason you have to understand is that I did say I didn't understand a lot of the things in the religion, that I haven't read a lot of the scripture. So you could actually say that I'm probably brought into it like socially, if you know what I mean. Like for example, my parents, they're Muslims. So it's now my responsibility to actually, read the Islamic scripture, which many people don't do, many young Muslims, which is wrong.
So am I correct in saying, if I summarize your situation, you're saying that you were brought up in like the cultural Islam in a region where it was the predominant sort of belief system, and this system fed you bits and pieces of information which you did not question. You just picked it up. You never went and investigated. You just got it from all over the show. Is that correct?
Truthfully, yeah. Truthfully, that summarizes me.
And why you are saying that you are now 50-50 is because you are starting to think, hang on, let me actually go and take a look. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course. This is the time to actually go and investigate, yeah.
So what you are actually doing is now applying critical thinking skills that you have, which are normally dormant, except you have them, and now you can go out and investigate what is what and find out what reality actually is. Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool, no worries. We're welcoming Saracen, and Saracen's somebody that has got some knowledge, Zoe, so you can listen in now. Again, sort of listen in as a critical thinker, I would suggest, and listen to what Saracen says, listen to what myself or Stops or Caliph or Answer says. So here you've got a front row seat, if you like, to hear, and I'm not claiming I'm brilliant, and Saracen's probably not going to say the same, but at least you're going to listen to people that have sort of looked into some of these things, and there's different skill levels, but you'll hear different views that you can go away and evaluate, because you don't know yet, which is perfect, but now you can hear different views. And I think, if nothing else, that's the platform we want to do. And now you might, because Saracen's been on here and we know him and so forth, there might, and not from me necessarily, but maybe from some of my panelists, there might be a bit more bluntness. So we've kind of been very, cordial with you. And it's not that we're not cordial with other people, but once you get to know somebody like a buddy or a friend, and I'm not claiming that that's the case necessarily, you tend to then speak a little bit more short. So don't feel like, suddenly we're being rude to Saracen. That's not the case at all. We just speak a bit more short and quicker because
I am.
Okay, and stops well. So everybody's got a different approach. So just be aware of that. It's not like, okay, we're suddenly being rude to somebody else. It's just everybody's got a different approach. I want to warn you of that in case you go, oh God, some people do that. So, Saracen, welcome. Please unmute yourself.
Hi.
You've heard a lot.
Yes.
What do you want to chat about?
Yeah, basically, I've come just to speak to Zoya as well. I'd actually like to start with, I think I agree with a lot of what you've just said. I think far too many times Muslims just simply accept what they're told. And I think, Zoya, you're on the right path by questioning. As you can see, as Rob just said, I come on this show quite often. One of the reasons I do is because it does force me to challenge what I believe. As much as me and Stops have animosity, the guy brings things to me, and I welcome that. I have to then go and research, and then I have to bring my evidence, and that can only be a good thing. I also, like you, had doubt. I went through a period of extremism. I was quite extreme. When I left that extremism, I doubted. I questioned a lot of things. I realized I hardly had any knowledge of Islam, and since then I've been on this long journey, and I'm far from knowing everything. There's so much stuff I don't know. But broadly speaking, I agree with Rob. My position is that the Quran isn't a science book, and I've said this on this show, and I've said it numerous times before, and it does irritate me when you say, oh look, it says the mountains, it says embryology, etc. I'm not going to try to defend that, and I think Rob will back me up on this. I've said it numerous times. When Muslims try to be extra clever with that, I'm really against that. My position is I come from the Sunni Hanafi madhab, and I believe that's the most rational madhab. But the problem is that for Muslims, and I suppose for non-Muslims as well, there isn't a lot of great intellects amongst us today. I would say if you want to listen to someone, listen to Sheikh Atabek, who's a Hanafi Sunni scholar, excellent. You can read his articles on Asharis Unite. Yep. He's very, very good. It's all free articles. I'll say to you, the people here who are atheists as well, read it. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. It tells us to...
Why? What makes him great?
Because I think when we talk about Muslims and we have this kind of stereotype of Muslims, and myself included, sometimes I do it as well. We think that they have to simply believe everything. This shows a way of thinking, a new way of thinking. It shows about critically going to sources. So, for example, hadiths. He breaks down why a hadith would be questionable, even if it is in Bukhari. And he goes through the Hanafi principles, which are different from some of the other principles, and he talks about classical scholarship. He talks about philosophy of Ibn Sina, Farabi, Razi, who nowadays would be seen as heretics, and he talks about why they're not heretics, and he discusses their opinions, and I find it very enlightening. But equally, like Rob mentioned about Krauss, read those books as well. Ultimately, I don't think Muslims and science are against each other. And I also follow Mufti Abu Laif, who does Monday Nights with Muftis, and I invite all of you to come on Facebook and ask him questions. Monday Night Mufti, just add him on Facebook and follow his link. You can ask him any question. He's very big on evolution within Islam, and he's pretty much persuaded me in that direction, although I'm not totally decided. I'm far more inclined towards that.
Is he somebody that accepts 99% as some Muslims do? In other words, he accepts natural selection, macro and micro evolution. The only thing he doesn't accept is human evolution.
No, he actually says evolution is a fact, that he's on record. He's constantly talking about Neanderthals and hominoids. And
so he thinks that we descended from a common ancestor.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
and he's absolutely, and he's actually, when I started my YouTube channel, and I was quite curious about the age of Aisha. I asked him questions about that, and he actually made a 2.5 hour video. It's actually really good. It's really interesting. Anyone who wants to watch an objective discussion on that, he says, Saracen has asked me questions, and I made this video to discuss the age of Aisha. And he goes through not all the evidences, but most of the evidence why she wasn't 9 years old. So I would say if you're on a journey, go with that journey. No one should force you to believe anything, and continue that journey. You'll only be a better person for it.
I'm glad there's the least. I've seen another Muslim as well. There was this debate. If people looked, I think I put it on the channel last week, or the Dean Institute, where there was this debate on evolution, and there was another Muslim who was also 100% on board. I would, much prefer to have a Muslim like that accepts that, and maybe there's a contradiction that they need to work out in their own mind how that works with the Quran, because I think you can, if you become a bit more like Christians, where you're a bit more liberal with interpretations, you could probably find something that fits. But at least there's a few Muslims that are starting to accept evolution, because that whole debate is just is quite boring in the sense that the scientific consensus is just overwhelming, and now you get people like Sabur coming down trying to throw real confusion into people's minds when there is none. It's like I thought of it the other day. It's like coming with a toothpick and chipping away at granite. It's completely ineffective, except for people who don't know it. So I welcome any Muslim who goes, okay, I accept evolution, and the reason I do, I would be less inclined to challenge them heavily on, okay, how does that work with the Quran? Because at least they've gone with the science. Because otherwise, there's a danger that somehow they now have a contradiction in their mind. They go, okay, I'm going to jettison evolution because the book says so. So whatever potential conflict or not that they might have, I'd rather they believe in evolution, that we can at least not have to talk about that anymore, and we can talk about other things. Because that's what Christianity's done, haven't it? They've kind of gone.
Yes.
We can't get away from this now, apart from the Earth creationists and that sort of thing. And they've gone, you know what? Okay, so we've become a bit more elastic with that. There's still people who are, like what do you call him, Kent Hovind, and these sort of people who are comical. If you want to go and watch some comedy, look up Kent Hovind and his debates. It's absolutely comical. The level of certainty that he's got, and he's a young Earth creationist talking to experts in the field, those people that can be bothered to actually speak to him. There you can see like the irony, the comedy of it. And this is a Christian, by the way, obviously. So yeah, the more that people take towards science, and I think that will happen with Christianity as well. So then you get to the intellectual arguments, and that doesn't sway. I don't think that's as persuasive in that sense, because the book, if you read it and you don't have scholars that you can appeal to, the book itself is one thing. But when you sort of go the William Lane Craig route, they don't really point to the Bible. Their arguments are all intellectual. They're trying to make it co-opt science, in my view, and I'd rather be having those sort of debates, because I think those things, well, certainly for me, maybe it's just me, or more stops might like the ones with the Quran, etc., because then you can delve into certain things. You go, okay, what does this mean? How can you get away from this? Like the whole, I said it to Ahmed, the wife beating thing. He wanted to hang his hat on the dictionary definition of child in order to get out of the Aisha thing of being 9, so he wanted to stick with it. I said to him, the dictionary says beating is X, Y, and Z. And of course, they came up with a completely fatuous example of, oh, well, it doesn't really mean beat. It says beat it, like go away. And at that point, I know, okay, So again, I don't know what your view is, but
yeah, I mean, I'm actually good friends. I'm actually good friends with Adam Dean, who set up the Dean Institute. He now works with Kulim Foundation. Right. Me and him, we sit down, we have shisha, and we're polar opposites on some of the things that we believe in. But we can be sensible and have that conversation. Similarly with yourself, Rob. I could sit down, I can have that conversation. Of course we'll disagree, but it forces us to engage and think about ways of thinking that we wouldn't usually go for. And that's why I think Zoe is on the right route. Far too many times Muslims just believe just because it says in the book, and that's the circular sort of reasoning. It's okay if you want something very basic, but if you want the higher level of knowledge, and if you want to learn more, then you have to research and look at all options. And traditionally Muslims were never afraid of that. But what I would say is that we also believe as Muslims that's one form. Empirical knowledge is one form. We also believe in spirituality. Now that is metaphysics, and metaphysics has always been discussed amongst even the ancient Greeks like Plato. It's not something you can necessarily prove, but it is an experience. Whether those experiences are real or delusional, that's a question. I mean, I personally have had lots of amazing experiences in terms of dreams, of seeing the future, about I probably won't go into it now because it will be people might find it funny, but I believe the spiritual path is real, and I believe that is another way of knowledge.
I would encourage you, when you've got a moment, look up Stephen Law. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's a philosopher. Stephen Law, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Stephen Law, Exclaim. I went to a talk of his. He's recently published his work on this. And basically his thesis from a philosophy point of view is that we should not trust experience or personal testimony in terms of supernatural claims. And it's very specific on that. And he goes into
He has brilliant examples. Do you remember one?
Yes, the one with the snake. But to repeat it again, I may misrepresent it. So if you've got one, stops.
Is it Stephen Law? Is it Stephen Law? Okay, I'll look into it.
Professor Dr. Stephen Law. He's brilliant. He has the ability to bring very complex situations into very palatable. It's easy to understand when he says this. He brings these brilliant examples when he explains these things, but of course afterwards I forget them.
I'm open to it, and I'm sure Zoe would probably likewise be open to it. But I mean, there's some experiences that I don't think how they could ever be explained. I mean, I'll certainly have a look at what Stephen Law, but things that I've literally prayed for and have happened almost immediately or within a day, 2 days, things that were almost, I would say, almost impossible, without divine intervention. I'll be interested to see what Mr. Law says on that. But I mean, that's certainly what I am saying, is that that's a second type of knowledge that isn't necessarily.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
I have a feeling that I think I know what you're talking about. If you're talking about like a deja vu experience where something happens and then your brain already knows exactly what's going to happen next for maybe 20-30 seconds, but you are unable to stop it from happening, even though it's you saying those words and you have a memory of it from a dream before. Yeah, something like that.
I would actually say, yeah, probably some of that, but far more than that answer. When you're on a spiritual journey, there's certain openings that you get. I mean, I suppose this is Sufism, and it's within that Sufi kind of thing. You get certain openings about people, you get certain inclinations, you get certain knowledge.
The thing is, I'm talking about this in principle, so I'm using that as an example, but regardless of how far it does go, the point will still stand. What I'm saying to you is that I used to have quite a lot of these experiences, and more than just that, just words and things, and I used to wonder, this definitely proves that there's something magical going on in the world, because there's no way of explaining how I dreamt such a specific thing in such a random context weeks ago, and so specifically, and then it happened, and then I was unable to stop it from happening. So I used to wonder this. However, it did occur to me that I would only know that I remembered this thing at the time of it happening, meaning that I wouldn't be sitting around thinking, oh, I'm waiting for that thing to happen, I'm waiting for that thing I dreamt to happen. It's only when it started happening that my brain would say to me, hang on a minute, you remembered this, you dreamt this a few weeks ago. So you'll never know whether your brain is imprinting that memory of the event at that point when it's happening, or whether it actually did dream it beforehand. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent point. And I certainly think that some people definitely take that on. But what I'm talking about, I'll give you an example, and I'll share this experience, whether people believe it or not. I had a very clear dream about my daughter when she was born, how she was going to look like when she was a certain age. My mum had the same dream, and someone else had the same dream about my daughter. And it was all the same. And when my daughter was born, it was exactly that. When she was, we all shared that same experience. We never spoke to each other. It was just. I mean, that's something that how can you justify?
Very easy.
Yeah. Go on, please.
Oh, come on, we have hundreds of examples like these, and all of them have been explained. Why am I thinking of you? And look, the phone rings just as I was thinking of you. We have so many explanations of this.
No, I'm
talking about three different people having the dream.
Same dream.
Yes, it happens. We have all the explanations for all these things. There's a name for it, but I forgot about it. I mean, it's been a long time since I've gone into this. It's totally normal, totally rational, very easy to explain.
I don't think that is rational, especially when number one, we didn't know if it was a boy or girl. Then it was a girl, and we all had the same dream in the same area, and we never even
didn't actually have the same dream about
I'm telling you we did, whether you believe it or not.
I know this is what you believe. This is what everybody says.
It's only when I find you patronizing.
Only when you analyze it, you find it was not the case. What you have done is you have adjusted this to match what you your expectation is. It's projection. That's all it is.
No, and I accept the projection. I accept Ansar's point as well. Certainly, especially in deja vus, and I have projected things, and other people have projected things, and we dismiss it. But this particular example, it was not projection. There's other things as well that, you know, Zoya, I'd love to speak to you in Speaker's Corner. I'm sorry if I do come across a bit abrupt on these shows and Titans TV, you know, like Rob said, you know, we guys know each other and stuff. I was probably just as passive as you when I first came on the show, and then I stopped.
Saracen, so let me ask you though, on what you just said then, and sort of following on from what Stop said, when you said they were all the same, how do you know they were the same? Did each of you draw a like a photograph type photo that you could match together? Because that for me would be okay. Now this needs explaining, because when you said you all dreamt that she was the same, presumably you haven't all drawn a photograph prior that we could all match up and go, wow, you know, 3 weeks ago, or whatever it is, 3 months ago, or whatever time frame it is, 3 people dreamt the same thing. They've drawn the exact same picture. They've not been in contact in some way. So you can see how we could.
Okay, and then this is where I'd get you, because what we said when my daughter was drawing, I said, look, I had a dream. My mum said I had a dream, and my sister said I had the same dream. And I said, all right, where was it? And I said the garden, and then my sister said next to the tree, which is exactly what I said, and my mum said next to the tree. Then I said, all right, fine, what was she wearing? And I said, look, just this is freaky, let's write down what she was wearing. Yeah, my mum wrote yellow, I wrote yellow, my sister wrote yellow, and then we showed each other. We thought, and then we said subhanallah. You know, that is something that, you know, is, you know, and it wasn't, and that was a follow-up from another dream that I had about my daughter, you know, and that's
the things that you're talking about, they are very generalistic. Do you not think that coincidence can account for those?
No, not that. I think I don't think coincidence. 3 separate dreams, 3 in one particular area.
Yeah,
same, and look how many colors. Yeah.
But look at the information you gave me. It was very sparse, very thin. You know, it was a small amount of things that you've collated together and gone, wow, that's extraordinary. I listen to what you say and I go, that could be that. Those sort of things are very coincidental. If you give me 25 things that were incredibly specific, I'd be going, okay, that's something we can investigate.
Rob, but this is what I'm saying. This is just one example I've given you. I've had numerous ones of these.
All right, well, before you give me another one, have you ever prayed for something and it hasn't happened?
Yes.
Okay, so, and this is something that we know in psychology. And again, here's what I'm not saying, Sarah. I'm not saying that you don't believe this is true. I'm saying in order for you to present this as some kind of evidence or testimony or something to somebody else, it needs to be a lot stronger. So, because you talked about,
I agree.
It's not. Scientific evidence is only one evidence. I want to know what other evidence. And you kind of said spiritual, and now, hang on a moment. And now when you bring this and you say that you've obviously prayed for things, so there's kind of some kind of probabilistic thing in here. And when they have attempted to do the testing in America, it comes out at chance at best, and in fact less when people pray and certain things. So they've tried to test this under controlled conditions, and it's not stood up in any way that's remarkable. Otherwise, we all have heard about it. In fact, it stood out as completely ordinary for most people. Now, you may be, here's the thing, it may be that, in fact, that was extraordinary. The problem is, how do we know that that's true? And the information, exactly.
You can't.
And so, in order for you to say that this is some other kind of testimony, you need something a lot stronger. So
I agree with you.
I could say that's personal experience, no problem. And that's why I say, look at Stephen Law. Let's stick with science. Now, if you have something else apart from science that we can rigorously look at, I would be interested in you presenting, like, not this, you could give an example, but give me the general things that you think apart from science that we as non-believers could investigate and not just take your word for it. So
the point that I was making, and I pretty much agree with almost everything you just said, and I said right from the start of this, it's not something I can prove. You know, it was an experience. An experience I can share, and I can give you examples. You know, you might believe me, you might not believe me. I could have made the whole stuff up just now. Hopefully you guys know I've been on here before, and you know, that's not something I would usually share, and I can give you numerous examples. But I'm just saying the point for that was that it is a certain type there within spirituality, within Sufism. There is a certain path that if you go down it, you get certain openings. So I'm just saying that's a certain type of knowledge. Whether people believe it or not is separate.
Okay, now, that's a question before you go on there.
Listen, let me just point something out. You said that this was independent that you did, and now you said you were sitting together doing this together. So, the things don't gel. And if you look at Darren Brown, for example, he's an entertainer in the UK. If you watch his shows, he is doing exactly that. He is giving you phenomena which are totally fucking unbelievable. I'm sitting there open-jawed, and I think this is totally impossible what this guy is doing. And yet, he explains it afterwards, and he shows how mundane it actually is.
Sure.
Okay, let's stop. I mean, to be fair, in Saracen's defense, he did say that they dreamt it separately, then they came together afterwards and compared notes. So I think maybe you thought that they were all together first and then dreamt it and so forth. I think
exactly.
My understanding is that they were apart and they came to do it. But going back to something you said there, Saracen, you said that this is another kind of knowledge, and I would challenge you on that, the word knowledge. Depending on your definition, I now use reliably produced true belief rather than justified true belief because of problems with that. But I would not agree with you that it's another version of knowledge. It's another way to present some data. I give you that, but knowledge is a very strong claim. And from what you're telling me and listening to Stephen Law, personal experience is not a knowledge claim unless you can verify it outside of yourself in some kind of condition that we as non-believers who are reasonably critical and skeptical could accept. So I would reject the knowledge. You could say to me it's another way I can present data. Fine, but now we are going to look at it under the same lens that we would scientific data.
What I would say to that, Rob, is I've just started reading Plato's Metaphysics. I've probably read a couple pages, so I'm far too ill-equipped to present his views. But traditionally in Greece and in the ancient times, metaphysics was a branch of knowledge. I mean, you can check that out for yourself. Knowledge wasn't just empirical. There was other ways of getting to the truth, philosophy, etc. So, I mean, I know Ansar's done a bit of philosophy. Am I right in what I'm saying, Ansar, or is that something?
You're right up to a point, but the way I would look at it is that just because people thought it was a way of getting to truth, it doesn't mean it was. We've actually found out now. No, we've actually found out now that there's no good reason to assume anything outside of the physical universe exists. So those people then didn't know that because they didn't have a very defined, specific scientific method. So for them, exploring the world, the philosophy, the metaphysics, the abstract, and the physical, it was all jumbled up. Day and age. But however, since we have defined a more formal and specialized scientific method which deals with the physical world, we've made a lot more progress, a lot more quicker, because there's no need to assume that any type of magical dimension or metaphysical dimension exists, because it's just not relevant to our physical lives in any way, shape, or form.
I would obviously
until you can prove that, none of these discussions actually really amount to much.
Yeah, I probably agree with you on your last statement just there.
But can I say one thing? But there might be another, even if that is true, even if there is a metaphysical existence that is independent, or it's not really an argument if you say like we have developed tools to test our physical world and it works perfectly and therefore we don't have any reasons. I mean, it might still be correct that there is a separate world that doesn't interact with our physical world, or maybe interact, but it's impossible to test or something.
Yeah, but there's no difference between that, Abu, and it not existing at all. If we can't test it and there's no way to find out, how do we differentiate between it actually existing and it not existing?
No, but
but
things can exist without being possible to test. But the thing is, even if that is true, how do you link that to Islam? I mean, that doesn't make Islam the correct part.
No, I think metaphysics.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, metaphysics plays a massive part in Islam.
What Saracen wants to do, Abu, is to say that scientific knowledge isn't the only knowledge. And so what we're going to do is look at other things. But again, as Ansar's pointed out, you're going all the way back to Plato, which is fine. But read the modern philosophy if you're going to go into philosophy, because these guys are on the cutting edge. So Plato's nice as a kind of foundation just to understand a few things, but don't hang your hat on Plato, because we've come 2,000 years since him. And most of those things, most philosophers don't accept anymore. There's still some of that stuff, I'm sure. I'm not an expert.
Yeah, no, and what I would say I'm not an expert on philosophy either, but I've studied it a little bit. And I don't think anyone has actually thrown metaphysics out yet. I think it's something that is still very interesting for the philosophers. I think what we have seen is the rise of obviously atheism, and a lot of atheists are philosophers nowadays. The days of the theist philosophers, there's hardly any out there. I know William Lane Craig would probably disagree with me and a few of his people, and I actually find some of their books really interesting. I know you guys would definitely disagree, but I mean, I like some of their arguments. Am I well versed enough in them? No, not as yet. It's something I'm still studying. But yeah, I mean, I'm just putting it out there that there's others, but parts of knowledge and stuff like that. But I wanted to get what Zoya thinks, because I feel like I've hogged this, and that's not something I wanted to do. I just wanted to get Zoya's opinion on what we've just heard. So I'm going to mute myself now.
Yeah, sorry, bro. You're gonna have to repeat what you said, man.
No, I just said, like, you've heard our discussion. I mean, what's your kind of? I mean, I'd love to speak to you in Speaker's Corner, by the way. I mean,
I've
speak
already
to
met
me.
you, by the way.
Have you?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, once. Actually, I was, I think it was the day you were debating about the slave thing. Just before that, I was...
Oh, you the Turkish brother?
No, you didn't actually speak. You just shook my hand, came and shook my hand. I was next to Mr. Titan's TV and some other guy they were discussing.
Okay, yeah, hopefully we can meet up again anyway.
No problem.
But yeah, so obviously it's interesting, Zoya, as a person who's just getting into this, I suppose it's, you know, you may not be in a position where you can form ideas yet, but as you listen to discourse, you can start to listen to both sides and then go away and think about it. And that's my biggest thing is exercise the critical faculties and go, hey, you know, what's more likely if you don't have any other evidence, or if you want to know something, then ask the question. Like if you've got a question now that you want to know, ask it generally. Saracen can give a response, some of us can give a response, and then you can go away and have a thought about it. That's one way where you hear sort of two different sides, for example, and that might be just what you're looking for, because you may not get that opportunity in the same way that you can here. So obviously we welcome you back. You can come back whenever, have conversations. We kind of know where you're at. So, you know, there's no like, oh, we're going to try and make you change. That's not the point. But you can share a view and we can say why we probably don't agree with it. And then you can go away and think about that. And I think that's what I want to be comfortable with you now. Yes, Saracen does know more. So obviously we're going to critique him a lot more, but yourself is coming here as sort of more of a novice in a sense, which is great. And so, you know, I'd rather you went away and thought about things and not go, oh, you know, how can you think that? You're wrong, blah, blah, blah. That's, you know, not necessarily now. We might do a little bit more with Saracen on that thing, but he can handle that. And, you know, you might get to that point, but you can see the different approaches. Stops is a bit more to the point and short, and some of us, you know, a bit more charitable, and that's all good. But if you can handle all of that, then great. You know, you're going to be the better person. And this is something I just want to touch on. And here's the thing, and Saracen, maybe this will be for you to think about. Think about this as a different way of thinking about things in general. And Sarah, who you may know of and you've heard of, and it's probably infamous among Muslims who go down to the Speaker's Corner. So here's something you would never think of. Sarah is your biggest gift in Speaker's Corner. Think about that and let that meld in your brain. I'm claiming to you as Muslims, if you wanted to raise your consciousness and have a better way to deal with things, Sarah is one of your biggest gifts there. You all think he's the worst guy out. I'm presenting to you a different, I would humbly, or maybe not so humbly, suggest a more advanced way of thinking of things. Sarah is in fact your biggest gift. If you chose to see it that way, you could, with his help, in inverted commas, raise yourselves up in a sense, in whatever way that is, be it morality, be it ethically, be it freedom of speech, whatever it is. He's a gift to you, but it's like somebody gives you something and you don't know. You think it's a bad thing, but you haven't unpacked it properly to realize there's something deeper in there. And I'm just using that as an example. So
Rob, I would probably disagree with you there. I would say you're more of a gift than Sarah. I would say even Gary Google's more of a gift than Sarah, and I think there's numerous other people. I tell you why. Because Sarah doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. I mean, he's latched onto something and he just misquotes things. He's got absolutely no idea with Hadith. Stops knows what he's talking about. That's why, as much as me and Stops, we bicker, you know, and he swears and I swear at him, and sometimes we lose, you know, we insult each other. I respect Stops, and at least he knows when he talks about Hadith or he brings a verse of the Quran, he's got something. He's researched it. I can respect that. Similarly with you, you know, you research something, then you put it forward. People like Sarah I have no respect for whatsoever, because you just found something that he's probably read from a book or Wikipedia site. He's got no indication of what it means, what Sahih means, how it came to things, where the Hadith come from, no anything. He just puts it out there and he uses his charisma. and I'm sorry, gullible, dumb people follow him. So
No, Saracen, no. Listen carefully what Rob just told you. Don't go superficial. Don't just like hear some words. Try and get the meaning. Because there's a lot of wisdom in this. Because what you can do, you can take what Sarah is doing, analyze it, see how he's doing it, what the effects are, and then what does it do to a contemporary? I'm not talking to an ancient, I'm talking a contemporary Muslim. And how does it help you to grow today in today's Islam? This is the point. And if you go and you think about that, I think you will find some good things in there. That if you, the next time you listen to what Sarah is doing, just think about exactly what Rob has just told you. Don't look at it, my defense mechanism is up. No,
I'm not. Yeah, no, I agree with that. So, but what I would say is the only good argument that Sarah's probably raised is the argument of we're all energy, and we've, and that's an old materialistic argument.
But you're looking at it in a very small
microcosm. Maybe I haven't understood you, Rob. But I mean,
okay, so I'll give you an example then. So when Sarah makes quote unquote the insulting remarks, here's a quote. You see, fortunately, I've had many sort of people that I follow, mentors as I would call it. Here's something that a mentor said to me, and again, think about this: don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. Now, I'll say it again: don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. And this relates to what I'm saying here, because you and other Muslims can dismiss Sarah and his approach and so forth, because you're looking specifically at, do you think what he's saying is accurate? That's a small microcosm of it. But because people like Sarah are not going to disappear because you guys don't like him or you think he's wrong or whatever. I say Sam Harris, or I say Richard Dawkins, or I give you a name. A lot of Muslims automatically go, that's a racist, that's an Islamophobe. And apart from the incorrect use of what I would consider, not a proper word, apart from that, it's more a case of you're dismissing it. And when people look in at people that are dismissing other people without looking at their views, it's like the far left. Abu would be able to tell you. The people on the far left now dismiss views. Truth is not important. It's how people feel. That's all that's important, and everybody has to have an equal outcome. And when people view this, and I'm saying it can happen with Muslims as well, where they automatically dismiss somebody because they're an Islamophobe, be it Robert Spence or Pamela Geller. Oh, these people, they're like Nazis, they're like a Hitler. And the moment you do that with any of those sort of people, without quoting them or understanding them, whatever the case is, people who are outside looking, going, these Muslims just don't want to have an intellectual debate. They just ad hominem dismissing somebody because they've heard something. They probably haven't read anything. They might have heard one phrase taken out of context, or maybe not, and they've just dismissed people. And it's the same with Sarah. So if you can find a way to better deal with Sarah, so maybe you have to raise your game, as Stops was saying.
I agree.
Level, whether you want to or not, because he's not going to go away, and I'm going to have my way. And no, for example, if I were to have another conversation with Sabur as an example, and he met my conditions, which is highly unlikely for another conversation, I'm going to step the game up. I'm not going to be charitable like I was, because here's somebody who came specifically disingenuously to make me look foolish, and it turns out that the shoe's on the other foot. But so if I were to have I would raise. So for me, I think I said it before. I might have done it on some show. He was a gift to me. At the time, it was like, okay, this wasn't a great conversation because it wasn't done in good faith. But actually, I look back and I go, this man was a great gift to me, because next time I'll raise my game with him, because I get, Stops and other people sometimes give me a bit of a mouthful. Rob, you're too charitable, you're too likable, you allow them to say too much, get to it. And with him, if that were to happen again, I will raise the game. I will become like a Sarah in that case, because I feel like it's deserved in that case. So for me, that's raising it, because we've all got facets that we don't really exercise very much. And I don't exercise the let's go in hard approach. And maybe I'm sometimes critical of Stops, but I understand he's got a view, and that can work as well. So I actually go, okay, maybe there's something I can learn from Stops or Sarah or whatever the case is, that I can add another bow to my quiver, or add another facet that if I need to use it, then I can use it. It's better to have more tools in the toolbox than only one, that you've got to do everything with one tool.
I agree with that, and unfortunately, you're probably speaking to the wrong person, because as you guys know, you know, since I've been here, I come on this show regularly, and you know, why come on this show if I'm not? I know I'm going to be challenged, and I know I'm self-confident enough to take on that. Stops was very harsh with me when I first started, and you know, I learned from the experience, and you know how harsh I've been with Stops. Similarly, in the last few weeks as well. It's not that I don't respect Stops, but I know that people are watching out there, and I've got to be equally. I'm not going to just be the ones that's going to be asked the question. I'm going to throw questions back. You recommended Robert Warner's book. You and Stops recommended that. I bought that same week. I read it, and it is a bunch of rubbish. You know, and I'm happily, we can discuss that on another show, perhaps. No, it is. It's absolutely
okay. But now you're educated and you can voice an opinion.
Of course. No, and I know exactly.
And that's great.
No, but I had bought Robert Spencer's book prior to that, even before I came on this show. I look at the other arguments. I make notes. I sit there. I try to understand people's position. If it's got merits, like the evolution thing, I recognize those merits and I'll embrace those merits. Similarly, the moral landscape, which Rob recommended, I haven't read all of it, but I've read some of it, and I've been listening to podcasts from, you know, Sam Harris. There's certain parts of Sam Harris I think he's spot on. Other bits I grossly disagree, and I'm happy to even talk to him or write to him or whatever. I think I could certainly hold my ground on that. And I also look at the other argument. Yeah, I certainly feel I can.
Yeah, but Sarah said what you do is you waffle a lot. You don't actually go to the point, because you said Bill Warner, there was a lot of rubbish. Okay, but now would you be able to come on here and say, okay, he says A, B, and C, and it's rubbish because.
Yes. Like so page 1, he talks about the kuffar, and he gets to I'm just saying I can, but sometimes with certain points. Now, what I find on this show and other shows as well, I agree, perhaps it might be waffle to something, but people make lots of different statements, and I try to cover all of those rebuttals very quickly. But I know I'm sometimes the only person, and a few minutes will turn into 5 minutes because I feel that I have to give justice. Now, what happens is, especially on this show, and I feel like I'm hogging it again, but people who come on this regularly feel that I'm hogging it, get at least to frustration. But unfortunately, that's the nature of the game. That's the nature of these shows, and that's how we progress. But I accept that criticism, and I think Rob's example is like when you go into a boxer, you might lose a fight, but you learn from that fight and you become stronger from that fight. And I've always taken that approach on. That's very much my philosophy as well.
And the point is, you are one of the few Muslims who's got the guts to come here, because all the others, they are loud mouths when they're in speaker's corner or when they're behind their keyboard, but they don't have the guts to come here. Like Hamzat Sources, for example. I mean, a couple of years ago, he was the big mouth and blah, blah, blah. He has never had the guts to come on the Jinn&Tonic show. So there's a lot of people who don't have it. And there, I need to give you credit. You are here. You open yourself up to criticism, and you're getting your fair share of that. Absolutely. So if you are doing what you are saying that you are doing, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
And then we can actually have those conversations. But I would say to you, Saracen, if possible, and again, this is a recommendation, just my view. Other people might go, you know what, Saracen's perfect, Rob, don't try and... But everybody's a different thing. And what I could encourage you, or what I would suggest that you just look at is, can you make a point more concise? Because I do agree with Stops that it becomes kind of long-winded, and then we kind of get lost into it. And I'm hoping that you're not like, and I claim this is the case, I'm hoping you're not like Shabir Yusuf. So your intent is not to get people mixed up, confused, lost in a point. You're trying to make a point, and I would like you to, if you can, find a way. So maybe state the point and then maybe give us your justification, because at least when we know the point, then we're with you. But if the point only comes at the very end and it's kind of like 5 minutes, there's a lot that can be said, and then like now we're trying to take notes and so forth, and then we would interrupt you potentially, because otherwise there's too many points. It happened exactly with polite Hamza, if I can use that term now, the one that I spoke to in Speaker's Corner. I was extra polite to him in a sense, and I let him speak on, but he covered 5 different things, and I couldn't get a chance to respond to all of them. And so what I would do next time, still be polite, but interrupt the moment one point comes up. Otherwise, it's 5 points and we don't get to address. And I think it's useful if we can address point at a time, rather than you present 5 points, unless you're doing a presentation, different story. But present 5 points. Now we've got to try and backtrack and work out what all the points were. So if you can be concise, then it just helps us to actually understand you better, because I want to understand you fully and not straw man or misrepresent. But if it's a long sort of monologue, then that's not always so easy, maybe for me. Other people
No,
might
I think that's fair, and I think that's probably a fair criticism. You know, I'll certainly take that on board. I will be debating, if you want a long-winded, I hopefully will be debating Big Bro. So that could be a snore fest for people, because if you want to talk about long,
you'll get as good as you give, because Big Bro,
that's going to be a 5 minute thing. Otherwise, it will be there all night.
I mean, Big Bro set the record for the introductory talk at Speaker's Corner. He said you should
18 minutes 56. 18,
yeah,
18
he said,
minutes.
23 minutes or 5 minutes. It turned into 18 or 19 minutes. But I was.
Done it to Shabir.
Say again?
It's really good that he done it to Shabir.
Yes, a bit of your own medicine going back the other way.
I don't think Shabir came back after that, did he?
Yeah, he did every now and again. But that's the thing, Saracen, and going on to that point, and that's something that hopefully, and I'm, you know, just understanding, and you coming on here, that hopefully that yours is the same. We're going down there to have a discussion about points to see if we can either probably not come to an agreement necessarily, but can we move more towards truth? Because if you go down there going, I've already got all the truth, and all I'm coming down here is to preach or to try and rinse people or school people or whatever the case is, it's easy to make somebody look foolish on any topic. You just have to have a little bit more knowledge of them, make a quote, use some kind of debate tactics, and it's very easy to do. And again, that's why yourself and maybe Zoe, I would have as exceptions, but there's a number of Muslims out there that's all they want, because they can't physically fight somebody. As well. They like Rob, the verbal tussle, and they don't actually care what's being said or whether it's true. It's like, oh, is it? So that's why, you know, Darren Hamza is popular with, quote, some Muslims, because he's got this kind of, I want to have a fight, although I'm not fighting. And I do wonder whether, you know, he's bullied at school or something happened, because there's this need to dominate somebody else, even if it's not true.
No, I think you have to sometimes, though, and I believe that sometimes maybe Stops might even agree with me. I think when someone's talking absolute bullshit, and they don't know what they're talking about, such as Gary, you know, this whole Muhammad's a white man thing, yeah. And then you got like Hamza, polite Hamza as we call him. He was there, and Gary equalized their knowledge. Clearly, Hamza had more knowledge, but he goes, "Oh, you're not a scholar, I'm not a scholar, so we're both the same, aren't we?" Gary held his ground. I was like, I would not be polite like that with Gary. You know, out of the park, out of the debate situation, you know, we could probably sit down and have a laugh. But Gary's been like going on about this nonsense for over a year now, and I've got in my head that I'm going to go out there and I'm going to put him in his place. And whether he wants to listen or not is, you know, it could just become a melee, as, you know, as sometimes it does with me. But I think sometimes you've got to do that to show people how stupid they are. You know, like with Sarah yesterday on the debate, he's going, oh, it's a Sahih Hadith. What's Sahih? Authentic. What's authentic? Okay, see you. Bye. You know, he didn't know what authentic meant. And with people like that, you've got it. What's ilm al-rijal? What's matan? What's isnad? You've got to ask him that question, because you can't be quoting other people's books without having any sort of a basic understanding of what you're talking about. I wouldn't do it with scientific, you know, Krauss and stuff. I don't have enough knowledge, you know, and it's supremely arrogant of me to go into it and then oh look, it says that in this book and blah blah blah. I don't go there because I know my limits. But,
but hang on, but polite Hamza and Gary have the same level of knowledge, which is zero.
No, I don't. I think polite Hamza, in fairness, does have far more knowledge.
Absolutely not. He knows absolutely
okay,
nothing.
Rob, what's your thoughts on this? And Ansar, what's your thoughts? Did you see that debate with polite Hamza and Zoe as well? What's your thoughts on this?
I was face palming every second minute.
Are you talking about Hamza, the shorter one?
Yes.
Yeah. I only saw him debate against Ty and Sarah.
But remember, I mean, I love Stops. He's almost like I'm guessing he's actually, I've never asked him if he's older than me, but I love him like a bigger brother. But he is what we call in coaching and psychology, he's a mismatcher. So everything you say, he's going to say the opposite almost, which is kind of useful, because then you get a different perspective all the time. So Stops is going to say everything is nonsense. I might be a little bit more charitable, which is, again, different opinion. So he's not like Zoe in the sense that he's more kind of just a novice in Islam. By no means is he a scholar or anything. And of course, when he talks about science and stuff, then that's quite revealing. But I'm sure he does know a fair amount about the Quran in the sense of like
science.
Science.
I'm talking only about science.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, we're talking about Gary stops. We're talking about.
Yes,
I'm asking,
Gary and
No, we're talking
Polite
about-
Hamza
no.
have zero idea when it comes to science.
Oh yeah, agreed. But I'm talking about in Islam.
No, I'm not talking about Islam. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, sorry, we probably got miscommunication. I was saying that when this week, Polite Hamza had a discussion with Gary about the Hadith, Sahih Bukhari, and Gary somehow managed to equalize their knowledge and said, "Well, look,
Okay,
you're not a
yeah,
scholar,
cool.
I'm not a scholar. We're both the same." Rob, did you watch that? Ansar, did you watch that?
By the way, Rob, Ahmed is saying he wants an invite. Do we still have time for that, or are we like closing?
We're going to close shortly. I think we've got enough people on here at the moment, so maybe next time. I have to say,
But,
Ahmed,
you're very welcome to always contact me on Skype or something like that, or hit me up for a hangout. Very easy.
I'm going to jump off anyway, guys. I thought let's just, you know, I wanted to speak to Zoy because he said he's Sunni Hanafi and I'm a Hanafi, and I'm going to show him how rational we can be. You just don't get that sort of knowledge, and I do feel for some of the young Muslims out there because we get this very backward kind of, oh, it's in the Qur'an, it's in the Hadith, you have to believe it, no questions asked, or you're going to hell. That's not the approach that I certainly do. Sometimes I can be a bit brash, and sometimes when people who don't know me, they see me on these sort of shows and they see that, you know, I'm quite harsh and they probably think I'm the same as them. But you guys know me well enough to think, I think certainly quite different from a lot of Muslims out there. I still consider everyone my brothers and sisters in humanity or in religion. But yeah, with certain times I am quite harsh.
I think the one thing that we did applaud Saracen for was his quote unquote takedown of Ali Dawah. I thought that was, if there's one thing, so let's end it on a positive note. And I'm saying it over the loudspeaker for them. I hope I don't regret inviting Ahmed in. So if you are going to go, thanks so much for coming, Saracen. But that's the one thing that I think we all agreed that you did a good job was having that takedown of Ali on tape. So
I think Ali's pegged it down, and this is what my whole issue with Ali is. I've got nothing personal against him, but I wanted him not to talk about things, especially Islamic stuff. You know, when he's saying Sufism is bid'ah and you're going, that's what my whole issue. I actually get on well with Ali now. He's pegged it down a bit. You know, he's kind of gone out and started to learn in his own particular journey, and that's what my job in Speaker's Corner. I suppose I shouldn't compare myself to Stops, but I'm almost that character where I force Muslims and non-Muslims to consider their positions. And sometimes I'm very harsh, other times I won't be, you know, depending on the situation. So
I'm getting suspicious. What do you want?
I'm getting suspicious of myself, actually. With that, I bid you guys farewell. Good night.
Cheers. Good night.
Take care.
So there you go, Zoe. If you got anything else, we are here. Ahmed might join us. As I say, I hope I don't regret that. From last night, I was doing a bit of face palming. Who knows? Maybe he slept on it. We'll see. So feel free to ask questions or make any comments you fancy, and we've got guys who can speak to you here.
Well, I mean, I was going to ask him about Islam and stuff and his reasonings for believing and stuff, but that's no problem. I'll find him anyway. So what I want to ask Ansar is the obvious. How come you didn't believe? Was it like lack of evidence for you, or?
Okay. Yeah. I think what it really comes down to is that when I was younger, I used to read a lot of books, and I'm starting to realize that, you know, the world is much bigger and wider and older and, you know, more complicated than I'd ever been presented in my life, you know, in my family, my community, even at school, really. So I got curious, and I wanted to find out, you know, what the hell is going on? Why are we in the situation that we're in today? And is the truth about the world around us? I genuinely became interested in that. So in pursuit of that, I realized that the only way to make any progress through that was to be honest. I mean, I could pick and choose any one way of looking at the world, any religion, any, you know, ideology, and satisfy myself with it. But what the real truth was. And it's been quite a painful, painstaking journey, but that's the only thing that has actually allowed me to make progress intellectually ever, and that is intellectual honesty. Because I cared about what was actually true, I found out very quickly that Islam is not true, and no religion is true in the sense of objectively true. So I had to step away from it, and for a number of years I still couldn't shake off the idea that there must be a God or some kind of force out there, even till I was like nearly 30. I had to still believe there must be something out there, because I've just been brought up that way. You know, I'd always relied or depended on some kind of thing out there. So, you know, yeah.
What was the thing that sort of tipped you that Islam isn't true? Was it like one thing, or was it multiple things? What was that sort of like?
I mean, when I accepted the fact that it was just another story, just like any of the other religions, and I shouldn't think of it as any more special than that, because obviously growing up in a Muslim family, I'd always been convinced that we are special somehow. We just happen to have been born into the right thing. But then I realized that everybody thinks that, because I grew up in London. A lot of my friends were from different backgrounds, and I realized that they all think that, and they've all been taught that, and that's just kind of how it goes. So I stepped outside of that way of thinking and tried to treat it more objectively. And as soon as I'd done that, it became so obvious that this is just another story that primitive people made up when they couldn't understand nature, and they couldn't, and it was a way of exploiting and, you know, taking advantage of people.
Zoe, is that the answer you expected?
I think somebody talked over you there. Stops. Try again.
Oh, I said, Zoe, is that the answer you expected?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
No, carry on. Jesus, I mean, this is the kind of thing that this is the show where we are doing exactly what we're hearing at the moment. This is what it's all about.
The show's on, yeah. Did anything have to do with morality? Like, I know you've answered about the evidence part, but did you ever question anything about the moral part, the moral side of things?
Yeah, actually, to be honest, that you know, like you say, the first step was to look at whether it was true or not, and that's when I realized that it wasn't true based on evidence and things like that. However, by the time I was 19, I went to study philosophy at university, because, like I said, I was interested in the big questions. So that's where I came across.
What evidence?
Wait a minute, I'm talking about something else. So that's when I came across my first introduction into morality, and what I would say is that Islam failed terribly. Like, really, I was ashamed to have been supportive of such a thing for so long. When I compared it to what moral philosophers have said and done from thousands of years ago, and compared what the doctrines of Islam say and expect people to do, it was shameful. Honestly, it failed absolutely miserably on that count. So yeah, well, you know, I mean, there's just some things that I could not live with as a person. I just cannot. Even if you say that there was cultural relativism, historical relativism, geographical relativism, anything, I don't care. If you are claiming that this comes from a all-knowing being, that should be irrelevant. These things should not be bound by culture or time and space and things like this. It just doesn't make any sense.
What, you know? What things?
No, Ahmed, leave this between Zoe and answer.
No, it's cool. Bring him in.
Yeah, bring me in.
I know who he is.
What's up, panel? How's everyone doing?
We're going home.
You speak to Answer. Answer's made some things. You obviously want to challenge it. So why don't the two of you have a conversation, and some of us will listen or not. Depends how we feel.
What were the evidences that made you not turn down Islam?
Okay, well, the first thing would be quite basic, is that as a rational, decent, reasonable person, if I found somebody claiming something, I would expect for them to demonstrate it was true. So on the basis of people claiming that Islam was true, these are magical claims. These are essentially claims that don't expect to have to be proved in a physical way, because they say, well, that's the way God works, or God decided to do things, or the angel, or the magic, or blah, blah.
How did they fail to prove it to you?
Because they jumped behind that stone of it's unnecessary to prove it, or it's impossible to prove it, it's intangible. Yeah?
I don't remember any of that.
When people make magical claims and they admit they can't prove them, I reject it. End of story.
Who's admitted they can't prove them?
Well, I'm yet to hear anybody prove any magical claim.
Okay, so
and that's across the board.
You rejected it based on it wasn't proven according to you. What was your criteria for proof that it failed?
What exactly are you getting at? I'm not sure what you're trying to get at.
In order for the Quran to fail to prove something to you, what was your criteria that it failed?
Well, for example, if it was told to me that the Quran was sent by an all-knowing God. For that to be true, someone has to demonstrate that there is an all-knowing God and that he did send the Quran. I'm yet to hear anybody prove those things.
And how would they go about proving that to you? Because
Well,
everyone has their own standards. What would
yeah,
you call
well,
what would you call objective? What would be enough for you subjectively?
Stop
What would be
shifting the
enough for you
burden of
objectively?
proof, Ahmed. Stop shifting the burden of proof.
I
You are
haven't.
making the claim. You need to bring the evidence. Don't ask others to disprove your point.
I have not asked anyone to disprove my point, nor
That's
have I
what you've
asked.
just done.
No, I didn't. Nor have I asked anyone to prove anything. All I
You
asked.
just asked, how would you prove that point? It's not up to anyone else to go and decide and to go and declare to you how they are going to prove your claim.
There is 1.8 billion of us who have had enough proof as far as we are concerned.
Who the fuck cares?
What is your standard? Everybody has their own standard. What is your standard of proof?
But why don't you tell me what standard that you used to be convinced? Because then I'll expose how weak that standard is.
Rational deduction.
Right, rational deduction, yeah?
Yes.
And how did you rationally deduce that it's true? Because obviously you accept the responsibility is yours to prove it because you're making the claim. So explain to us.
It depends what you call a claim is.
The claim that Allah exists.
The claim that Allah exists. You'll have to prove to me that is a claim.
That what?
That is. You have to prove to me that is a claim.
A minute, you're saying it's true. It's a claim.
You're saying that the fact that Allah exists is a claim. I'm saying. I'm saying if you say Allah does not exist is a claim.
Well, no, you can't just say that it's a given assumption for everybody that it's true.
Why,
no, that's default.
Why can you
nothing is true until you prove it.
Why can you say that it's a given assumption that it's true, that it's false until it's proven?
Bro, you're embarrassing yourself here, honestly.
No, but why can you? I'll get. Listen. All right, cool. Since you
explain it to him philosophically,
since you insist, I'll leave it as this. I simply
don't insist that it doesn't
on
exist. Doesn't exist, so don't try that. Yeah,
right.
The fact of the matter is we are both standing here neutrally. Let's start from the beginning. Yeah, right. We're both standing here neutrally. I am not claiming that anything does exist. I am not claiming that anything doesn't exist. We would just stand here forever because I'm not making any claims.
All right,
you are the one who claims that something exists.
I'll take it answered. I'll take the bait. I'll take the bait. I'll take the bait, and I'll leave it as this. It is.
No, but before you take the bait, though, before you take the bait, Ahmed, maybe we can help you with this, so you don't ask this question again.
Well, I just accepted it.
Okay, but have you accepted it because you understand why, or have you just accepted it so you can move on?
I accepted it because I understand why.
Well, okay, so why have you accepted it? I just want to make sure you understand why you've accepted it.
I've accepted it because I don't think you guys understand what God is.
You see,
I can't hear you. You've dropped or something's happened. Say again.
I've accepted it because I don't think you guys understand what God is.
You're changing.
No. Therefore, you view it as a claim.
Okay, so that's the wrong reason then, Ahmed. That's why I wanted to understand why you accepted it. So you accepted it completely for the wrong reason.
Okay, so with that said, are you guys then saying you understand what God is and you want me to prove the claim?
You are playing your usual games. They don't work here.
Why am I playing games? I don't understand.
You are.
How can you tell me what I'm doing?
It doesn't work here. What you are trying to do is shift the burden of proof. You are trying to tell us that we need to prove to you that something or other that you claim exists does not exist. It doesn't work that way. You then say, well, because you can't do that, you don't understand what I am talking about. It's up to you to go and prove what you are talking about.
No, but Stops, I don't think it's fair for you to just say, I think you're trying to do this and that. I haven't spoken yet. All I want to know is what our premise is.
No, you're talking bullshit. What you are doing is you're playing your usual games, and I have demonstrated this to you 15 million times. This does not work here, so don't do it.
If it doesn't work,
for a change, be honest.
I am being honest.
No, you're not.
I simply want to know what our premise is. If we understand what the definition of God is, and you see that as a claim, then I will demonstrate why that is.
What is the definition of God?
The definition of God is infinite, unlimited.
Where did you get that from?
What?
Where did I get that from? It is it's a necessity for us to exist.
No, Ahmed, you're playing games. We've been through this.
Why is that a game?
This is not.
It's
a non sequitur. What you are doing is you're throwing out every car has a steering wheel, and therefore steering wheel equals car. That does not work. So stop doing it. Why are you incapable of learning? I have shown you that your analogy is flawed. And
why don't you tell me where I am wrong? Just tell me where I am wrong. Instead of appealing to all of that, just tell me where I am wrong.
Your analogy does not work. I've showed you. Ahmed, we have spent 2 hours telling you, showing you, demonstrating, proving. Are you going to let me finish, or are you going to talk?
Okay, continue.
We have spent 2 hours showing, demonstrating, proving everything to you that there is no correlation between unlimited and consciousness. There is no correlation between unlimited and mind. And yet here you are just a day or two later, and you're doing the same identical thing. That's disingenuous and dishonest.
Stop. It's because you struggle with it and you'd rather not deal with it.
Yeah, I know, it's my fault.
Struggle with it.
No, it's not. Ahmed, it's not. It's because you are providing an incoherent view. And that's why we are quite struggling with it. When you say something that's incoherent, then it's very difficult to have that conversation with you.
Please tell me why.
This whole limitless thing, nobody talks like that, Ahmed. You're the only guy that talks. No other Muslim I've ever heard talks like you.
That doesn't mean anything.
Escaping the facts.
That doesn't mean anything. I've stated nothing but in order for us to exist, we have to have an infinite.
No, we don't.
Nothing else.
We don't. We have shown this for 2 fucking hours. How many times? How many times do you want to hear it? You are wrong. It does not work. Okay? How many times do you want to hear it? How many
provide a model that works, if not that one.
No, you are making the claim. I do not need to provide a model that works. If you fail to come up with a model that is consistent.
You just said mine is wrong without providing any reasons as to why it's wrong.
Because you have no evidence. I can reject a claim without evidence, without bringing evidence.
I can't believe it. There's about 4 of you guys and you're all scared of one guy. You're
not scared, bro. You're just wrong. That's it.
You're just wrong is not enough. Tell me why. You're not my father.
We told you many times.
Shit. How can I? If you ask me how tall is what is Rob's thing? How tall is Tuesday? And you ask me that, and I cannot answer that. You're saying, you see, you're incapable of answering my question.
That's not what I asked, though, is it?
It is. That's exactly what you asked.
My question is very simple
and stupid question.
Every single theist bring this to you guys, and this is where you get stuck. That's why you always. This is why you always resort to this. Always.
You bring the stuff. You bring the evidence. You are claiming that unlimited equals consciousness.
My evidence is mass.
Shut the fuck up. We've been there. We've done this for 2 hours. I'm not going to do this again. All right?
Okay.
That's it.
We can leave it. I don't have a problem. But all I'm saying is you can't deal with it. None of you guys can deal with it.
Okay, we can't deal with it. We are stupid idiots. We can't handle it. You are the brilliant mastermind of everything. You are right. Okay. Are you happy now?
Nope.
No, he's not. He's not.
You can't even provide another model.
Check him out, because this is stupid. We're going the same route.
You've accepted that this is a model, just like all the other models.
It's not a model. I have not accepted. Stop lying. I have not accepted that it's a model.
You know the video is recorded. Stops.
I have never accepted this as a model. Never.
Really? Okay.
It's not. It's utter bullshit. Now, what are you going to talk with Zoe? What were you going to talk about?
What?
Can we talk to Zoe, please? It's much more interesting.
What's the alternative view that you've accepted, Ansar?
Bro, that's irrelevant. Just because yours is wrong and stupid, it'll make no difference.
Mine is wrong and stupid, and you can't tell me why. And you don't even have the balls, and you don't even have the balls to tell me the alternative that you pick, because you know how I'll pick it apart. You see how typical you atheists are?
Ahmed, I think you are a little bit too charitable on yourself there. You're not as smart as you think you are.
I haven't claimed I am.
Well, you just said you'll pick it apart. My friend, if it was as easy as you think it is, we'd all be believers. No theist has been able to pick apart. You might be able to ask some questions that a particular atheist doesn't answer, but you're not going to pick apart a quote an atheist view or the naturalist view. If that's the case, we'd all be believers. So, you know, and there's a lot smarter people than any of us in the chat room here. That's not been done. So
any
don't make big claims.
Any model other than a conscious infinite, I'll pick it apart.
No, you won't.
Because any other model won't work.
Only in your own view.
Well, provide one.
We've talked about this before.
There's 3 of you. Provide one model.
We've talked about this.
You don't have to. You have not shown yours. Oh my God! How many hours do you need?
You've rejected mine. Fine. Give me the opportunity to reject yours. Or
I don't have one. I told you. I don't have one.
Exactly.
You come with a stupid idea.
You reject mine and you can't give me why, and you don't have one.
Ahmed, even if that's the case, I mean, there are models out there, and I'm just not sure if I feel like going into it now. Even if there wasn't any models out there, you're making a supernatural claim. We don't need to have a model in order to reject yours. We listen to what you say, and based on that is what we rejected. So you need to avoid this whole thing of, oh, well, if you guys don't know or you don't have a model, which isn't necessarily true, it could be for some people, that means you're in no position to reject mine. No, that's not how it works.
You don't have to accept mine, but
no, reject it.
You don't have to accept mine, but to reject mine, you need to provide a reason as to why.
Well, of course, we provide you reasons that it's incorrect, and we've shown you this last time why it's incorrect. Obviously, you're coming back with the same thing.
No, you didn't. You can't just say
you're like a child. Ahmed, why don't you use your brain? You have a brain. Your brain has 2 brain cells. Why don't you use both brain cells and try and use them simultaneously to find out where you're going wrong?
You always resort to passive aggressiveness. Always.
Oh, dude.
Always.
Is it really worth talking? Like, there is you have to reach a kind of over a certain stupidity threshold. Like, if you seriously, is this discussion?
What's your view, Abu? Because you haven't heard this before, probably, or you weren't on the other show, whatever it was. So
you had it like the whole last show that you had a few days ago. I haven't listened to it, but wasn't that pretty much the same?
Yeah, but you haven't heard it, so maybe because you're fresh ears here. You tell us your view on what you think here, because of course we all can't.
I think the level of the discussion is so low that I think.
Do you want to have a go yourself, or do you want to move on? You're a co-host, so I'm not the only person here.
I mean, like, I can try to as I am just saying that maybe it's better to have this discussion with him privately, but it's not so fun for people to listen to it.
Okay.
Do you notice the arrogance? Was that really necessary?
No, it's not arrogance. It's just
he simply asked you for your view. You don't need to be telling me how you feel about what my thought is. He simply asked you for your view.
Yeah, but he's given his view, hasn't he?
I gave you his view.
Give your view related to the information. Without dismissing it. I've stated nothing more than in order for us to exist.
Who's done what there? What happened there?
I think he muted himself. In order for us to exist, what?
In order for us to exist, us finite self, we require something infinite.
No, that's not true.
Nothing else. Fine, I've done it like 100 times.
Let me. Okay, so what you say that the finite requires infinite. Okay, why is that? Because I don't get it.
I don't know what it is, but I know it's.
So you say embarrassing. I don't know. Okay, well.
I don't know what it is.
Why are you claiming it? Why are you claiming it if you don't know?
Listen. I don't know what it is, but I know.
So how do you know it's true?
But I know it's infinite because the description of infinite is logical.
Can you take it easy?
Nothing else.
You're just making this stuff up. You're just making it up.
Yes.
Okay, Answer, just mute yourself for a while. Let Abu have a conversation here. So the rest of us just listen. Abu's been silent basically the whole time. So let Abu have a conversation there for a while.
What I'm saying is I cannot tell you what it is. However, what I can say is the definition of infinite or unlimited makes rational sense. That's all.
Okay. I'm not sure I can make sense of what you said. I mean, I personally believe, and I can't prove it, that existence is infinite, and I think everything repeats and so on. It's nothing I can prove, but I don't see. I can see like the finite requires the infinite.
Can I just say one thing about what you said there?
Okay.
Do you also hold the position that infinite is a requirement? Because I think I just noticed that you said we have always infinitely been here, as in the universe.
Yes, that's my not always been there. Like, what I think is that existence as a whole it has no end, so it just go on and on and on, and sooner or later our existence will repeat itself. So I think, for example, that my life has happened infinitely many times, but I can't prove that. That's just my.
So you're of the view that you do hold the infinity view.
Yes, that's my best guess. If I have to bet my money, I would bet that.
I've stated nothing more. We're on the same position.
Okay, but
do you see what I'm saying? The difference between you and I is that you've attributed infinity to the universe. I've attributed the infinity to outside of the universe, but we still hold the same principle. Do we agree on that?
I don't really understand. Like, no, I don't understand. I don't understand, maybe, but I don't understand what you mean.
Okay.
You don't. The one is existence and the other one is a deity.
I haven't spoken of a deity. The only thing I've spoken about is the concept of infinity. And if I'm correct, Abu,
that's not true.
If you have attributed infinity to existence, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, but however, we both hold infinity, the principle of infinity. We both hold that position.
Yes.
All right. Is anyone else with us on that position?
No. All you're doing is you're jumping on the word infinity because Abu used the word infinity in a totally different way than you are. You're just jumping on the word. You see, he said infinity. He said it. There's the word infinity. Infinity.
How could you be speaking? How could you be speaking for Abu?
I'm telling you my view. You are jumping on the word infinity. Because Abu used the word infinity, you are now jumping on the word infinity.
I didn't jump on nothing. I've stated the obvious, which is that we both hold the same principle view.
No, you don't. You are not holding the same principle. You are holding opposing positions.
Again, you just spoke for him.
Okay, but let's let him try to explain it, because
nobody knows for sure whether infinity exists either in this world or anywhere else. So nobody knows. That's the real answer.
Yeah.
I'm not going to drag you down.
And Abu, you being, I think, more charitable in the sense that you're going, hey, this is what I believe, but I've got no evidence. So actually, you're holding a belief without evidence. So it's almost like you've got a faith belief in that, that's fine in that sense. It's still not ideal, obviously, but it's better, if I can use that term, on a scale, because you're not positing a supernatural deity and a very particular one in that. So, the other people are making. They're going with sort of your view, but then they're taking it miles further on, which they're not justified in doing. So, and you've claimed, but hey, I can't prove this, and it's essentially almost like I've got faith in this. But now Ahmed, I'm guessing, and we can ask him the question. He's not going to say he's got faith. He's going to try and actually go further than faith, even though he's got further down the road than you. So he's got like double the amount of work to do that you do.
Okay, Abu, can we just save ourselves a lot of time? I'm going to ask you just one question. Does your understanding of the infinity of existence, is this governed by any kind of consciousness?
No.
End of story.
Wait. Did I hear something is this governed by any kind of consciousness?
That's what I asked.
And Abu, you said no.
I don't think so.
All right. Would you kindly explain how you came to that conclusion?
Here we go, another 2 hours.
Because, I mean, I might be wrong, but...
We all might be wrong.
Yes, but there is one position that is called panpsychism, that consciousness is within everything in some sense, and that's not a ridiculous view. I'm holding a door open for that. But if I would guess, my best guess of what consciousness is that it is an emergent property. So I don't think stones have consciousness, for example. I think it's only creatures with complex enough nervous systems, and it's not all. For example, I don't, for example, think that the cerebellum, the cerebellum in the human brain has consciousness. So I only think it's the cerebrum. So it's not even all nervous systems. But the point is, I think consciousness is an emergent property. But I might be wrong. I'm holding a door open for some kind of panpsychism.
Respectfully, Abu, I understand that you think consciousness is an emergent property, but is there anything that led you to believe that?
Yes. For example, when it seems that I lose my consciousness, for example, when I have dreamless sleep. So it seems that it's only when my brain is working in a particular way that consciousness appears. So it might be wrong. It might be just that I don't have any memories of it. But from the evidence that I can see, I find it more plausible that consciousness ends when the brain stop operating in a specific way, or the cerebrum stop operating in that way.
That would be consciousness leaving. How do you explain emergent? I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about death.
Yeah.
We don't know what happens to consciousness when the brain stops working.
Not in only death. Also, when I hopefully can go to bed this night, I will lose consciousness when I'm not dreaming, and then I will lose consciousness. So it's not only death; it's also when I'm in dreamless sleep.
But like you said, you could also not be remembering it. Doesn't necessarily mean
that's a possibility.
So it's 50-50 on that. It's not something you know. Are you hanging your hat on emergent property based on sleep?
I would, if I had to bet my money, yes, I would bet my money that is emergent property, but I might be wrong.
Based on sleeping only, nothing else.
Based on sleep and anesthesia and things like that.
Okay.
Like if you do an operation, for example, and they make anesthesia on you.
Right.
And also before I was born, I don't have any memory of before I was born. So, but that's, as I said, it might just be that I don't have any memory, and it might also be that some kind of panpsychist view that the atoms in themselves have a kind of proto-consciousness, or the atoms, the elementary particles has a kind of, they have some kind of proto-consciousness, and what happens in the brain is only that it's configured in a more advanced way. So that's a possibility. I can't rule it out. But I would bet my money that it's an emergent property.
You've heard the opposing view as to why it's not an emergent property, right?
Oh yeah. I think that's a respectable view. There are many smart panpsychists. I think Bertrand Russell once, if I remember this correctly, was panpsychist.
Do you hold that it's more probable that consciousness is an emergent view?
Yes. But this is like probable. I want to know what is true. But I just say, if I would bet my money on it, I would bet 75% of my money that it's emergent property. But I might be wrong. And it might be more complex also. It might be that some kind of proto-consciousness exists in the elementary particles, but as I said, the brain configured it in a specific way.
Are we the only ones that possess consciousness?
If I would make my guess, I think that humans, I think that chimpanzees, dolphins, I even think that cows and mice and whales have consciousness, but it might not be as. I tend to think also that it is. It can be degrees of consciousness. So, like my favorite theory is Giulio Tonone's integrated information theory. So he has this concept that when information get integrated into this, what is called phi, so you can have a larger or a smaller phi. And I think the human brain or the human cerebrum creates a very large phi, very large kind of geometry of integrated information, while the brain of a cow, for example, might have a smaller phi. So they have some consciousness, but it's not as aware as a human being.
Any reason how that happens?
Well, because if you look at it, there's Richard Feynman. He did the physicist Richard Feynman. He liked to experiment on this. So before he went to bed, he used to kind of observe his own consciousness and see what happens before he fall asleep. And I tried to do the same, to observe my own consciousness. It seems like, but I might be wrong, but it seems like consciousness slowly gets smaller and smaller until it disappears. But I might be wrong.
Interesting. Anyone else?
Good job there, Abu. You had him silent. He's speechless.
No, I'm not. I simply respect people's views. It's true.
It's difficult. I'll be honest with you, Ahmed. It's difficult having this conversation. We could talk about other stuff like free will or morality and stuff, but this particular thing that you're on, it seems to be your hobby horse, if I can use that term. It's just doesn't come across coherently, and then you want to claim that no, I'm not talking about a God or a consciousness or anything. I'm just saying infinity. And all of us here have heard similar versions of this. This is just your own version, and we know exactly where it's going. So, save us the time of pretending like you are logically going to get us to a deductive argument that we can't escape from, because that's not the case. And even if it was, that wouldn't get you anything other than something else is out there. And you've still got a mountain to climb that I would humbly suggest you is unclimbable to convince us that it's your particular version of a God, because there's incoherencies in your God that I would love to see you attempt to even escape.
Do you want to, well, we could go straight to that then.
Go for it.
You go for it, since you're
Sure.
the one who you spotted the incoherences. Please tell me which.
Sure.
But be fair though, Rob. Like,
Am I not fair?
not all the time. Well, I mean, I guess.
How am I not fair? You said be fair, so clearly I've not been fair at some point. What do you mean by not fair or fair?
I may be wrong. Go ahead. Let's give it a go. Tell me where the incoherences are.
You give me your explanation for what we talked about earlier. You may have been on or not, as to how God can supposedly be omniscient and at the same time suggest that God knows that we've got free will. How do you escape that?
Remind me what omniscient was again, please.
Okay, so omniscience is knowing everything, all knowing.
Okay. How can you know everything?
No, I'm not asking how can you know everything. I'm asking, how do you explain the paradox, in other words, the contradiction between him knowing everything, past, present, and future, and him, or the claim is that he believes or knows that we have free will. Now, be very careful. I'm not suggesting that human beings.
No, he doesn't think that we have free will. You and I think you and I think that we have free will.
Oh, so he knows we don't have free will. Am I correct?
Well, he knows what you're going to choose.
Great. You're the first Muslim who said that. Do you know the implications of what you're saying?
No.
Okay. The implications of what you're saying is that he already knows what we're going to do.
Yes.
And so from his point of view, he knows this is a game. He knows the moves that are going to be made, and he knows what we're going to do. So from his point of view, we don't have free will. From our point of view, because we're not omniscient, we think we've got free will. But actually it's illusion. That's the implication of what you just said.
Well, it's not an illusion if it's true for us.
No, it is an illusion. Because
Why
true
is
for
it
us.
an illusion if it's true for
Okay,
us?
because God knows everything. And if
Yes.
he knows it's not true, then it's not true in reality. No matter
Yes.
what we might think, that's just an illusion for us.
How does
Unless
he
you
not,
want to claim that you know more than God.
how does he not know that it's not true?
Because he's all-knowing. Remember? Omniscience is all-knowing.
Yeah, but you still got the free will. He's not
You've got
choosing
an
anything.
illusion of free will.
He's
You
just
just
not
said.
choosing. He's not choosing anything for you. He just knows what you're going to choose.
That means you don't have free will, especially if you claim that God knows we don't have free will. No other Muslims ever said that.
Rob,
that's why I'm not sure you
Rob,
understand the implication here.
Rob, I simply speak the truth. He knows what you're going to do. However, he does not make you do anything.
Yeah,
knowing and making does not correlate.
Actually, it does, but you've mischaracterized it as other Muslims do. But actually, it does. And in your mind, you think making, because you've used the wrong word, so it's the wrong word to use. But
a
in
will
your mind,
is a make, isn't it? A will is something that you, it's a choice, it's a make, it's a move, it's an action.
Your will is what you can choose.
Yes.
Theoretically, or by illusion. But
Yes.
you're claiming that he doesn't make us do anything. If I produced a video game, and it only had one path, and it looked like there were other paths you could choose, but actually you could only go down the one path. Am I making you go down that path?
Sorry, if you produced a video game.
If I produced a video game, let's say like a maze, and you thought you looked at the maze and you went, wow, look at all the different ways I can go until I get to the end of the maze. But actually, unbeknownst to you, the entrances to these other mazes, they look like they're open, but they're not. And so you follow a particular path. Now, I know which path you're going to follow because I've made the invisible doors to stop you going down the other paths of the matrices. Am I making you go down that path?
There's nothing stopping us from nothing here. We have our own
answer that question that I've given you in the analogy. Am I making you go down that path?
Yeah, but the analogy that you gave, you included stopping and all sorts. God is not making us do anything, and he's not stopping us from doing anything. So I don't understand.
Okay, I understand you don't understand. The reason why is
I
because
do understand, Rob. The correlation the correlation you're trying to make between knowing and making is just not going to fit, Rob. You know it won't.
That's why I'm saying to you, making in a sense, he is actually making us. We just don't know that he's making us, for want of a better word. That's not the right word to use, but I'm using the word that you use, and other Muslims use force and whatever the case may be. In a sense, we just don't realize it. It's here's what it's actually like. Here's the analogy. It's we're puppets as long as we like our strings. So we can go, hey, I think I'm free, but actually there's strings up there. And so I'm dancing to a tune that I don't even know I'm dancing to, because he already knows the tune ahead of time. And so I think, oh, I could actually dance to another tune, but actually I can't. I am prohibited from doing so unbeknownst to me. That's the implication of what you are saying.
I think what you really want to ask is, why is he judging us if he already knows what we're going to do?
Well, that's a further
that's where you really want to get to.
That's the further implication. Yes, that's the even worse implication of that. Even if you could somehow solve this free will omniscience thing, which you can't, even if you could, it's still, in my view, irrational and immoral. But add this on top of it, now you've got incoherence. And so now it's a God that no critically thinking person could ever follow. And yet they are. And the only reason go for it.
Ahmed, can you do something that your God does not know?
Nope. That would be limiting him. He has no limits.
There you go. End of story.
I don't think that's a problem, though.
That's the problem.
I don't think that's a problem.
You can't do anything that your God does not know. So your God is forcing you to do exactly what is predetermined, or whatever you want to call it. You can't do anything else. You yourself said you cannot do anything that your God does not know. So your God created you, or let's put it the other way. Your God created me, knowing I'm an atheist. Can I now, when God knows I'm an atheist, change my mind? No, I can't, because God knows about it.
Of course you can.
I can't, because then your God would not know about it.
Correct.
Would you say God would not know? He would know that you've changed your mind. Of course he would know.
This is exactly the point I'm trying to make. I cannot change my mind without your God knowing about it. So if your God creates me as an atheist, why would he do that, knowing full well that I'm going to be punished in hell forevermore when he knows this is going to happen? Why does he create me as an atheist when it says in the Quran that he's not going to do that?
He created you with a choice to be what you want.
No,
you
that
you
is not what the Quran says. You have another contradiction in the Quran. The Quran says we are
to be an atheist.
No.
You chose to be an atheist.
Okay, just take a 10 seconds smoke break. You have another contradiction in the Quran, because the Quran says that we are created to worship this God and to be Muslims.
Yes.
I'm not.
It's a choice that you're making.
No, because the God knew about this when he created me.
Naturally, you are created to worship him, but you are suppressing your inner self by being an atheist.
And your God did not know this when he created me.
He knew that, but
so why is he punishing me for his incompetence?
But he also knows that you could choose to be a Muslim tomorrow.
How can I choose that if he already knows it?
You could choose anything. What I don't understand how you're
trying to knows it. I just asked
you're trying to connect.
I just asked you. Can you do something that your God does not know? And you said no. So how can I do something that your God does not know?
What I do is not connected to anyone else. You could do whatever you.
Can I do something your God does not know?
No. See,
I cannot do what I want. Your God already knows it.
It's the correlation that is not necessary. It's not necessary.
Does your God know what I'm going to do?
But stop. Explain why it's necessary for the
Does your God know what I'm going to do?
The correlation is.
And he created me knowing full well that I'm going to do that, and then he punishes me that he is incapable of creating me the way that he said.
Let's be grown up about it.
No, you're not. You're being a child. Ahmed, you're a child.
The correlation is not necessary.
What do you mean the correlation is not necessary? What are you talking about?
The correlation in terms of what you can do, what you want to do, the choices that you make are all up to you. No one is physically stopping you.
After everything that Stops has said and I've said, how can you possibly make that statement?
I'll tell you how.
You are completely unaware of what
I'll tell you how I can make that statement. No one is physically stopping you. No one's mentally stopping you. No one's emotionally stopping you. You can do whatever you want. However, what you are insisting is, can I do whatever I want that someone else does not know? That correlation is not necessary. It's what the
Quran says. It's a contradiction in the Quran, and you are verifying once and over again that there's a contradiction in the Quran, and you don't even see it.
That is not a contradiction.
It is
not a contradiction.
It is a contradiction.
So there's a contradiction between can I do what I want and can someone else not know?
No, does someone else know what I'm going to do and create me to do something knowing full well that I will do this and then punish me for it? That's the contradiction.
No, you're punished for your intentions.
I am not punished for my intentions. I am punished for what I have been created to do.
No, you're punished for your intentions.
Ahmed, it doesn't make any difference. Does God know our intentions?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so usually bringing up the word intentions is a complete red herring because it falls under free will as well. So whether you have intentions or free will in your view makes no difference. God is all-knowing. So any words that come out of your mouth about what his knowledge is about us, they're absolute, so it makes no difference.
This is what I meant by let's be fair. You guys are so aggressive. The difference between the two.
Explain your logic.
I'll tell you. The difference between the two is that I cannot necessarily control the circumstances that I'm in. I may have very limited choices within a given circumstance, which are not up to me, and I can make a choice which I would not necessarily make had I had more choices available.
You're contradicting yourself.
Hence why.
You just contradicted yourself.
It's not contradicting myself.
You just said the one thing and then you contradicted yourself saying the other.
I'll give you a scenario.
Why are you giving a scenario? You've just contradicted yourself word for word.
You might be in a circumstance where you would, I don't know, be violent, where you would not necessarily.
No, just make it easy. Turn left and turn right. It's much easier.
Okay, you're forced to turn left or right. You're in a circumstance where you're
forced to turn left. You want to turn left.
Because of the circumstance that you're in, you only have two choices. You're in a T-junction, goddammit. Left or right is the only option you've got.
Okay, go for it.
All right, cool. But normally you would go straight.
No. You only have two choices.
No, but here's the difference though. Normally, you as stops, you would rather go straight. But in this particular position, you don't have that option.
Okay.
Therefore, that is why you are judged on intent and not on circumstance.
But this is irrelevant. But Ahmed, this is irrelevant.
It's not
because
irrelevant.
God knows what you're going to do.
You're at a T-junction. Am I turning left or right?
All right, both of them could be wrong. However, your intent could be something else. You're judged not on the wrong that you did, but you're judged on your intent.
You see, this is what Sam Harris called playing tennis without the net. You're totally.
I don't understand why it's wrong. Like all you guys do is just insult. Like,
okay, but Ahmed, let me explain to you why it's wrong. Because you've agreed and admitted that God knows what our intent is. So whether Stops' intent is to drive straight, and he didn't in this particular case, or turn left or right, God already knows that. So whether you kick it back to intent or not, God has all-knowing ability. His omniscience means that he knows what Stops going to do in any situation, even if it's a situation where he would normally, quote, do something else or might do something else. So God already knows this. So,
but he's not interested in what you're going to do. That's the whole point I'm trying to make to you.
But that's not going to be judged.
He's not. No, you're not judged on what you do. You're judged on your intentions. That's the whole thing I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, if I have a motorbike and a bicycle in front of me and I need to choose, am I going to take the motorbike or the bicycle? And I go and choose the bicycle. Did your God know I'm going to choose the bicycle?
Yes.
So is my intention to take the motorbike?
What's your intention to take the motorbike?
I can't have this intention. This is my point.
You can have this intention.
No, I cannot have the intention because your God knows I'm going to take the bicycle.
Yeah, but what part do you not understand? He's not interested in what you do. He's only interested in intent.
My intention is not capable of taking the motorbike because I only have one option. This is what Rob has been trying to get through to your thick skull for half an hour. You have only one option, and that is the bicycle. I cannot have the intention of taking a motorbike because I was created in the beginning to take the bicycle.
I don't understand why you're arguing over the intention. It's quite clear in the Quran and Hadith that God created your intentions too. So why you're arguing about that?
Please provide. Elaborate on that one.
Then go look it up if you like.
God created everything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your intention is part of everything. Your intention is something.
Explain how that is.
Because Allah wrote down everything in Lawh al-Mahfuz before he created everything. And then he let the creation play out exactly as he wrote it in Lawh al-Mahfuz. That means that even our intentions is written in Lawh al-Mahfuz.
What's going to happen is written in Lawh al-Mahfuz. Your intentions is known. Does not mean that they're not yours.
Nobody's arguing they're not yours.
He's also saying that Allah knows everything. Allah knows everything. Okay. So our intention is something. So if Allah doesn't know our intention, that means that our intention is nothing. He knows our intention. He created everything, and our intention is included in that everything.
Yes, he knows everything. Like I've gone through this 100 times.
And
the point you guys are trying to correlate knowing and making. So from now on, you guys have created.
Yes, because he created everything.
Right.
He says that clearly in the Quran, and intentions are something.
Can someone find knowing and making under the same category in the dictionary? I'm quite confused how you guys correlate
the two. Quran says وَخَلَقَ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ, and he created everything, and intentions is something. I mean, I would even argue that intentions is neuronal patterns in our brains, and our brains is something physical, so God created those neuronal patterns. But even if you believe in the soul theory,
they're also affected by your nature as well.
God created our soul.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any further. I think I've shown it. You either unwillingly don't want to understand it, or you literally don't understand. I'm not sure which one.
We simply
But
disagree.
Well, we do disagree, but one of us is right and one of us is wrong. And all you've done is reassert your claim as if that's good enough. Here we need evidence or good reasons. You haven't done either of those two things. All you've done is gone, hey, this is the way, here's the way it is, and we've shown you through examples, the maze and everything else, that you can't have both of these things. And the only reason you're fighting hard for this, as I've already said to you, because that's where you wanted to go, and it's quite right, that if in fact God did do all of these things, then he's capricious. And so it also goes to the morality of God, and the fact that the justice, supposedly, or cosmic justice, is even more incoherent and immoral than I already think it is, even if we had free will. And so that's why I understand you're trying to fight hard for this, but you're either not understanding it or willfully not trying to understand it. This is, for all of the rest of us, this is plainly clear. And you're trying to kick it back to intentions makes no difference. It doesn't help your case at all, because God is omniscient. He knows all intentions, as Abu has said. And so he knows that whether you're going to lift a finger, what thought is going to go through your neural patterns in your brain, all of that is already known.
So we have no intentions. We are not responsible. We're not responsible for anything.
We have intentions that are already known to God. Done.
So they're not ours then.
They're only ours in the sense that they're in our brain, but essentially they are created. He's like the software programmer. So the software thinks it's got its own code, but that code comes from the programmer.
So they're not ours then.
They're not originally ours. No, of course not.
We're delusional.
Correct. You got it. There you go. Well done.
All right.
Finito. Now we do the hadith of the day.
Yeah, go on.
All right. Cool. Good night. Gentlemen,
Good night.
I gotta go.
Cheers.
Peace out. It's been a pleasure.
Peace.
Have a good one.
Salam.
Salam. Peace.
Okay. So since this show was about Mecca, we're taking a hadith about Mecca. This is from Sahih Muslim. It has been narrated on the authority of Anas ibn Malik that 80 persons from the inhabitants of Mecca swooped down upon the Messenger ﷺ from the mountain of Tanim. I don't know what is it in Arabic. From the At-Tan'im. They were armed and wanted to attack the Prophet ﷺ and his companion unawares. He, the Holy Prophet, captured them but spared their lives. So God, the Exalted and Glorious, revealed this verse. And then I will move it to this. Yes, too. So, and it is He who withheld their hands from you and your hands from them within the area of Mecca, after He caused you to overcome them. And ever is Allah of what you do. See.
I think never, isn't it? Never?
And ever is Allah of what you do, seeing.
Oh, at the bottom.
The reason why I chose this hadith was because this is the only time in the whole Qur'an that the word Mecca is mentioned. All the other time is Bakkah or Masjid al-Haram or Wadin Ghayri Dhi Zar'a or something like that. This is the only time that Mecca is mentioned. So that's for a reason. But more of that next week.
Cool. Thank you.
Super.
Abu.
Thank you.
Anything else anybody wants to say? Otherwise, we can call it an evening. If anybody's got any burning things they can say. I mean, I've still got time, but obviously it's getting late for everybody. So up to you. Anything to say, or are we all done?
Good night.
Peace. Good night.
Good night, guys. Thank you to the
Peace
viewers.
family. You forgot to say family. It's peace family now.
Oh,
Peace.
yeah. Thanks, Answer. Thanks, Stops. See you guys next time.
Okay.
Cheers.